I was impressed with the way those guys came out and fight last night. That was a very good fight. Yeah, 154 is I said last year 154 was gonna be a good division, but I'm impressed by how these guys came out last night. Though. They really fought well last night. It was a very good fight last night. But you know, it's always some controversy sometimes, so that happens. But it was a good performance, man. It really was. I don't know if a lot of people can appreciate skill boxing like that. But that was a tough fight last night, though. It really was. Yeah, that was a very tough fight. Yeah, they had a very good performance, man. I gotta go back and watch the fight again. To be honest with you, I usually catch everything the first time, but couldn't really catch everything. Then the knockdown happened so fast. It was like because he jumped right back up, and I'm like, you know, it was a lot of things that happened in that fight last night. I didn't really catch the first time. See, when I seen Majumov and Crawford fight, I kind of seen everything the first time. But in this fight, I missed a lot of things in this fight. Virgil Ortiz was definitely being aggressive against Boychek, but Boychek was technical all night. He was walking forward. Not most of the rounds, I will say. That's something I did remember. Like, even though Virgil Ortiz, especially after he got dropped, he was still like moving forward. He was trying to prove a point, but especially after the knockdowns. But Boychek, he was moving forward early, but middle rounds, I think Virgil Ortiz was a little more aggressive. But I don't know, man. A lot of punches got through. A lot of them were blocked. I know Boychek was landing a lot of shots last night. He was jabbing all night. For sure. I know he was jabbing all night. That was a very good performance by him. It was a close fight, man. See, those are one of those fights where, okay, maybe it should be a rematch. But other fights, I don't think so. But that was a good fight, though. That was a very good fight. That was close to what Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney did last night. What's going on, Go Good? Yeah, that was a good fight last night, man. Well, all the fights last night were great. To be honest with you, the female fights was good last night. Um, all the prelims was good. That was a good fight last night. Virgil Ortiz did a good job against Boychek, but man, Boychek was jabbing him all night, man. It was a good fight. Looked like almost like Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, to be honest with you. It was that kind of fight last night. It really was. Oh, the Ortiz and Boychek. That Leo fight with Lopez, that was a good fight too. Yeah, that was a good fight. That Delgado and Flores fight was good too. I like that fight. Yeah, that Fundora fight was good. I think that was the first one I had seen when I went live. Had some good fights on last night. But Bullshit, man, he came to fight last night. He really did. It went about how I thought it would be, man. You know, could have swung either way. Those knockdowns, yeah, it was entertaining. It was entertaining. It was. It really was entertaining. It really was entertaining. That was some good boxing on last night. I was very impressed. The card for Virgil Ortiz was good too. That was a good card. That was a very good card. Yeah, Golden Boy did a good job with that card last night. Yeah, everybody came to fight. A side and B side. That was a good fight last night. The ESPN card, I kind of missed like the early fights, but I caught like most of them. That card was decent too. Yeah, that was a good card last night. I definitely was impressed. That's like 2 weeks in a row, man, of good boxing like that. You know, we usually don't get that much good boxing. 2 weekends in a row. Yeah, that was almost better than last week. Yeah, that was good. A lot of people missed some good fights last night. Yeah, Ortiz and Bullshit, they came to fight though. I ain't gonna lie. As much as I got things to say about it, but they came to fight last night. They really did. Yeah, that was a real good fight. But Virgil Ortiz, man, that layoff, hey, that's the risk you take. I think people, but I gotta keep it honest though. I don't really got no dog in the fight. That's the good thing about my position. I ain't really got to play no sides on anything. The long layoff played a huge part in Virgil Ortiz last night. Then I think the type of fight he was fighting, I think he was a little too aggressive for to be out that long, not have that many rounds in the last 2 or 3 years. Yeah, he was a little too aggressive last night. And Bullshit was just too technical. Um, he wasn't really going down, man. Like his chin was holding up. He's not known to be chinny, so even if he got dropped one time, he's not known to be chinny. So Bullshit really wasn't gonna go down. I think a lot of people think that when a guy gets knocked out one time, that means he's chinny and he gonna get knocked out again. As we've seen from the Pitbull fight and from this Virgil Ortiz fight, just because a guy gets knocked down doesn't mean he's gonna get knocked down again against a guy who's 100% KO. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, he was. He was a machine last night. He really was. He was a machine. Yeah, I definitely wasn't. The only thing I did get right last night about that fight, because I did pick Virgil Ortiz. I didn't think Virgil Ortiz was gonna get a knockout last night. I really didn't. Did not think he was gonna get a knockout, even though he got 100% knockout rate. I didn't think so. I didn't think that about this fight or the I thought the Leo fight would go 12 rounds, but he fought in the inside, and I knew, to be honest with you, before the fight, I said if he fights in the inside, if Lopez does that, he get knocked out. So I wasn't surprised about that. But that Ortiz fight, he just got dropped too many times. He fought well, but I wasn't impressed with the strategy. I think the strategy was real bad, especially for a guy who's been out. I think he should have fought more rounds his last couple of fights. I wasn't too confident with that. But Boacek's a problem, man. That division is hard. I think a lot of people think being undisputed at 154 is easy. It's not easy. Not right now, not with those type of guys. That wouldn't be the same type of undisputed like Charlo had. This is kind of different. Yeah, it did. It was just flash knockdowns. It was just flash knockdowns. It was definitely like some good. It was some hard shots he took, but it wasn't like ones where he was like woozy or anything. You know what I'm saying? They definitely count. They still count though. Yeah, I know what you mean, but they definitely still count those. Yeah, I wouldn't say Virgil Ortiz not to be high on him. I'm gonna be honest with you. He actually fought good for a guy who's been out what 2 years. Only had what a couple of rounds this year. He fought well. I was impressed. Yeah, it went about how I thought. You know, it was gonna either go to Boacek or Virgil Ortiz. It's gonna be a close fight. Yeah, it was a very good fight. Yeah, I'm still impressed with what Virgil Ortiz did. Everybody don't gotta get a knockout, you know what I'm saying? It happens sometimes, especially in a real 50-50 fight. He's a 47 moving up to 54, fighting a real 54, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I was impressed with what Virgil Ortiz did. But at the same time, man, I'm telling you, it's not in this case. It's not about what I think. I want to see what everybody else thinks. Not y'all, but you know the whole world. Yeah, Ukrainian fighters are tough. They definitely are. Don't sleep on those guys. Yeah, he didn't use the jab enough at all. He was too aggressive too. He was trying to fight the inside way too much. He was trying to pull a Canelo against Caleb Plant, and it just didn't go that way. Yeah, he wasn't jabbing at all last night. He was trying to go for the knockout. He really was. He was trying to go for it early. Boacek was out jabbing him last night. Like Boacek just went to work. He really did. Yeah, I try to tell people that. You know what I'm saying, Black man? It's the same thing about Boots. I'm trying to tell people like, bro, going up to 154 is not easy. If Boots went to 154 right now and tried to fight all these same guys, he's not gonna be just knocking out all these guys, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like these guys need to fight other people. They think 154 is that kind of division. You said Tim Tszyu will end up being the one. Yeah, after Crawford retires. And Tim Tszyu still gotta get his get back with Fedora. So we gotta see. Styles matter, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes guys just got your number. Yes. Tim Tszyu gotta beat Fedora in my eyes to see. But not saying he still ain't gonna be that guy right now. I still impressed with Tim Tszyu. But he still gotta worry about Fedora and Crawford before I can actually just put him right there. And I don't know if Tim Tszyu gonna be at 154 a long time. I would say Tim Tszyu is probably number 3 up there right now at 54 for me. Yeah, he probably like number 3. But Crawford's gonna get. I'm not picking anybody at 154 against Crawford. And you got Majramov too. I don't know how. I haven't really looked at it yet. I don't know how Tim Tszyu versus Majramov will actually be. That'll be a tough fight. Yeah, I got Tim Tszyu over Virgil Ortiz. I think I did a prediction video for that. I think I picked Tim Tszyu over Virgil Ortiz. Absolutely. Oh, it's in October. They said the date already. Oh, okay. I didn't know they had a date already. October. That's very good. That lines up. You said where I got Majramov at 154. Uh, Let me see. That's a good question. I would say I want to say 2, but I want to say 4 to be honest with you. It's either number 2 or number 4. I got Majamal. Oh, they're talking about October. I was thinking more so November. I got Majamal probably like number 2 or number 4. I got Tim Zoo number 3 right now, but I think 2 wins will put him at number 1 and number 2. But that's why I try to tell people right now, like 154 is a hard division to actually fight in, especially and this isn't the same 154 division that Charlo had to fight in because you got Tim Zoo, you got Baccarum, you got uh, Virgil Ortiz, Fandora, Madrimov, like all these guys. It's like it's too many guys at 154. Crawford can fight these guys for 10 years straight if he wanted to. That's how many guys at 154 right now he can fight. So I know a lot of people saying he's chasing Canelo. Not really. He has big name guys at 54 still. The only division that actually fighting everybody is 154. Nobody else in other divisions are actually fighting anybody. 135, they're not fighting each other. 140, they're not fighting each other. We just had a couple of guys fight each other for the first time. So the only division where the young guys are actually fighting each other is 154. So Crawford's really in the driver's seat. He don't have to really chase anybody. And then Tim Zoo, he still has big fights every fight, so it doesn't matter. Went from fighting Harrison, fought Mendoza, all these other guys. Oh, I still got Tim Zoo up there. I still got him up there. I don't know if he gonna. Hey, I don't know if he gonna. Hey, I don't know if he's gonna beat a Fandora or Crawford yet, or Madrimov. Like 154 is deep. It's a reason why guys don't. That's not the same kind of. He said, "PD crazy." PD funny. Oh yeah, Frank Martin going to 140. He said at the Bud and versus Madrimov and oh no. Yeah, I still like Tim Zoo. You know what I'm saying? I like Tim Zoo. I like Tim Zoo. As far as the young guys right now, if Crawford wasn't around, I'll probably be saying the same thing. But with Crawford right now, nah. Ain't nobody beating Crawford right now. After we seen last night, you gotta understand though, Boacek and what's that dude named? Boacek and Virgil Ortiz, they're some of the best 154s in the world right now. And that fight last night didn't look like that Madrimov and Terence Crawford fight. That Madrimov and Terence Crawford fight, that was technical, high level boxing. Last night was too. But it's just that level that Terence Crawford then went to, that was a whole nother level. But last night was definitely a high level of boxing. It was. Yeah, Bud definitely now people starting to realize, oh, 154 is a deep division. Yes, sir. Last year I said 154 is gonna be the deepest division next year. And I don't think a lot of people knew about these guys at 154, but they starting to learn now. Virgil Ortiz is in the division. He fought good last night. He didn't use the jab. He was too aggressive. He fought like he been fighting for the last 2 or 3 years. He been out. Like, you need to pace yourself. He been fighting against, and then you fighting a guy who just fought good competition, and he's active. So, yeah, Virgil Ortiz, he gonna need a rematch. But what people gotta keep in mind though, it's a lot of fights last night. Okay, you know how that Virgil Ortiz fight went last night? It's a lot of fights that went just like that. And I seen people acting crazy about the fight. I'm definitely gonna wait and see if people catch on later on about it. But it's a lot of fights I've seen the past 2 or 3 years where people got knocked down twice. And people said, oh, that guy didn't win. Or they've said the guy did win. I've seen Tyson Fury get knocked down twice, and some people said that he won the fight. So that's when people playing with dangerous territory right now. It's getting very dangerous with these boxing opinions. Because if I ask somebody right now, did you think Tyson Fury won after getting knocked down twice? Absolutely. What about Virgil Ortiz? No, 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 not him. Oh, that's not different though. Yeah, Tim Tszyu versus Lubin. Lubin pulled out the fight, man. He pulled out the fight, man. They was supposed to fight in September. So I can't just go out here saying anything for real. I'm gonna end up being a hypocrite. Because if I feel a guy had a chance and he got knocked down twice before, I gotta sit out here and watch the fight again. I missed the other solid knockdown of the year, though. Insane. Oh, yeah, you didn't watch it last night? Dang, I thought you was watching it last night. We was in here watching it. He said Lubin didn't want to go to Australia, I think, try to make it. Yeah, Lubin Lubin got an injury on his hand. He called out Tim Tszyu. They was setting up the fight. Then he hurt his hand, I think, or something. Allegedly. I don't know what it was, but then he pulled out of the fight. I didn't realize that either, PD. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you said that. Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said I gotta go back and watch it. What did we miss last night? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all all right about what y'all saying. Yeah, Lubin, he called out Tim Tszyu. They was setting up the fight, and then he pulled out of the fight. Called out Tim Tszyu, then Tim Tszyu like, okay, let's run it back. It's the second time they tried to set up the fight. They were supposed to set it up in March, but he pulled out of the fight with an injury. So Tim Tszyu like, man, what's going on, dog? You pulled out twice, and this time with an injury. Yeah, I didn't because didn't he get a point taken away last night? Or was that another fight? Because I could have sworn somebody got a point taken away, right? I might be thinking about that Delgado fight. Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I gotta go back and watch it. We usually don't miss stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? People gonna start getting close to they're gonna start getting used to close fights soon. Yeah, Peter, you right about that, man. I seen the same thing. I'm like, I don't know what I missed. I didn't know I didn't know he got knocked down twice. Bro, I never missed none in the fight. I'm telling y'all. I'm not saying this because I think I'm Neo from the Matrix. Like last week when I seen the Majramal fight, I just seen everything the first time. But this fight last night with Virgil Ortiz, I couldn't understand nothing that was going on. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like I seen that Virgil Ortiz was being aggressive in the middle rounds. After he got knocked down, he was even more aggressive. But it was a lot going on last night. Yeah, Baccarat like 6'6", 6'1". He a tall dude, man. I seen how tall he was compared to Jack Coker. I was like, man, this guy's tall. Yeah, so Tim Tszyu just fought Fandora, so he should be good. Yeah, Baccarat kind of remind me of Kovalev or something. Yeah, I agree with you, PD. I seen that last night. Like everything you saying is exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, I didn't know he got knocked down twice. I thought it was once. Then the one time when me and you seen, I was like, was that clean? Because he jumped right back up, and it looked like he tripped because their feet kind of got close. Nah, he got dropped. It was clean too, and it was a hard punch. Yeah, his gas tank is suspect too. I agree with that, Jack. That gas tank is suspect. I don't think he been that active too. Yeah, I think he gonna win it. I don't know if they changed the plan. They're supposed to have him and Virgil Ortiz fighting next. Every time a fight get close, man, it kind of pushes fights back. They're trying to do undisputed next year, but with that Virgil Ortiz fight, they kind of hurt everything. They're talking about rematches now. It's gonna end up being a Usyk and Fury situation because Terence Crawford, he's trying to fight the winner of one of these fights, and these guys got more fights lined up. Unless they're gonna do a quick turnaround and try to have the fight around the same time that Tim Tszyu fights Baccarat, they might end up having that fight in November. So this is what I'm looking at. They might have the fight in November, right? And let's just say Baccarat fights Tim Tszyu around November. Then Virgil Ortiz fight, let's just say he fight Boychuk around November. Terence Crawford fight the winner of one of those fights. I guess Fandora and Spence will be around that time. Then in February, let's just say Tim Tszyu and Ortiz fight each other. And then let's just say Fandora and Crawford fight each other in February. Then the winner of that fight can end up fighting in what would that be? May? That'd be undisputed. Because I think Terence Crawford got 2 belts now, so I think it might work out like that. That fight was close last night, though. That was a very close fight. Yeah, it was never hurt, but it was clear knockdowns. Yeah, I agree. It was never hurt, but he was getting a beating last night. He was definitely getting beat. I seen the beating he was taking. Because I see Virgil Ortiz step the guys, but he wasn't stepping like he usually does. And that's when I knew. I said, okay, bullshit. He's in the pocket. But I think Virgil Ortiz was definitely on the verge of actually being able to put him out. He was on the verge of actually stopping him, but he couldn't put him on the ground though. Some of them guys, they don't go to the ground. Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. I think, yeah, he could do that. If I was him, I would wait until everything settles and then try to do that. If I was him, at least wait another 6 months. Because if he do it now, he gonna just be from where he was at before. He gonna be in a worse position. Because right now, Charlo, both of his mandatories about to fight each other. Tim Tszyu and Baccarat. So I don't think he'll do that before that fight. I think he'll do it after. And maybe he does try to, well, I don't know. It seems like they're trying to move away from Tim Tszyu and Ortiz, but they ain't saying nothing about it. I don't know if they're not trying to make it obvious. Yeah, shoot, man. I heard both of them guys went to the hospital last night. Yeah, like Jack on Wynn said. Yeah, both of them went to the hospital last night. Man, that was a tough fight last night. That was a bone breaker last night. Like, them guys did not want to quit last night. That was a tough fight last night. Yeah, shout out to Jack, man. I seen Jack recently. Yeah, both of them guys did not want to quit last night. That was a very good fight last night. That Leo fight against Lopez, that was good. I was impressed last night, man. That was one of the best cards I've seen, especially like 2 cards in one night. Yeah, I was impressed. Wasn't no huge big names on there, but yeah, I was impressed with the card last night, especially Ortiz card. Yeah, he ended that fight well. Yeah, he should have threw the jab a lot more though. He got away with not throwing that jab, man. Boychuk was throwing that jab all fight. To be honest with you, Ortiz fought like he fought kind of the same fight that Brian Mendoza fought when Boychuk fought him in on the Fundora and Tim Tszyu card. Fought the same kind of fight. I don't think he made any adjustments. No, he didn't say that. He was saying, yeah, I seen that. I know what you're talking about. No, they were saying he wasn't gonna make the fight right now with Turkey on the sheet. I think the fight he's doing with Baccarat isn't aligned with what Turkey Al Sheikh is doing. But I think the IBF still making that available so he can end up trying to fight Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like how do I think about it? Like when Nick Ball was fighting those guys from Top Rank before he fought in Saudi Arabia. It's almost like that. Almost. But if Tim Tszyu gets a fight with, if he gets the belt from Baccarat, he's not going to turn down a Terence Crawford fight. He said he's still open to working with them, just not right now. As far as this fight, at this very moment, he can't say he's working with them and then he's working with somebody else right now. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, though, Jack. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I read the same thing. Yeah, you're right about that. No, you're right about that. No, I seen the same thing. I said the same thing. I was like, they're not working with him. But he was saying, like not right now, something like that. But I think he was the first one that was kind of in plans of working with other people because he just started working with PBC not too long ago. Oh, I know he definitely would go over there and do it. But I don't know if they would do it. A whole card over there. They got the fighters to do it. I'd love to see Kambosos and Teofimo do a rematch over there on the card. That'll be a good fight. They got the fighters to do it. You got Liam Paro, throw him on the undercard. Have him fight somebody like Devin Haney. It'll definitely work. Put Devin Haney and Liam Paro on the undercard. Put Kambosos and Teofimo. Put Apatai somebody else. And then put Crawford and Tim Tszyu main event. Yeah, it'll definitely work. They got enough fighters. Put Sam Goodman on there. Let him fight Inoue. Hey, they can actually put together a good card though. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah, he not the A side. Absolutely not. Nah, he know that. Not right now. If he would have had the belt, he probably could have been talking about something. Yeah, Majramov, he don't throw enough. He feint a lot more than Tenzu do though. He moves on his feet. It sounds like the report of robbery. Bro, I couldn't even pay attention. I seen the fight, man, but to be honest with you, I thought Volchek won the fight, and I said the same thing. But I thought about it. I said I gotta be careful because I really didn't break down the fight like that during the fight. I knew what happened in the fight, but I don't want to jump out here and acting like I know what happened throughout the whole fight. The fight was that close, even with the knockdowns. I know Ortiz wasn't using no jab. I think Volchek was outboxing him a lot throughout the fight, but Ortiz was taking the fight to him though, a lot, especially the last couple of rounds. Because I thought Volchek was gonna end up trying to stop him. Then soon Ortiz jumped up the last time when they counted that last knockdown. He started being aggressive. Man, that was a good fight last night. It really was. As much as I want to get up here and but this is that was a good fight, man. I was really impressed. Yeah, I know he does. Yeah, he does. Virgil Ortiz wasn't moving last night. He was staying in one spot. He was in good shape for that fight, though. Not gonna lie, he was in good shape for a guy who ain't fought that much in the last 2 years. Got to give him credit for that. But that's the standard, though. I expected that from him. He that good. Yeah, I thought it could be at least that. Yeah, it was a good fight, man. It was a real good fight. To be honest with you, I said it could be a draw, but I think Belichick did enough. But from what I remember though, I felt like Ortiz was doing a lot in the late rounds and the middle rounds. I felt like he stopped Belichick from walking him down and he was going forward. I know I seen that, but he wasn't using that jab enough, and Belichick was letting off combinations. Ortiz was throwing too many single shots. He was aggressive the whole fight though. Oh no, I'm not. Oh yeah, PD. I'm not giving. No, we not. I'm not giving him no edge. The only edge I will give is I like his right hook, but Majramov got a right hook like that too. Majramov and Tim Tszyu, and I would say more so Ortiz and Tim Tszyu style a little more similar. Yeah. Oh well, he stayed. Yeah, he stayed patient against what's his name? PD. Brian Mendoza. He fought good against Brian Mendoza. But yeah, he does. He fought good against Brian Mendoza. It depends on how everybody does against Fundora, though. I'm telling you, bro. That Fundora might have got better after that Tim Tszyu fight. Fundora is only 25. Fundora is gonna be a problem. That's the guy I'm worried about right now. Because if he can go to another level, it's gonna be a problem for everybody. Oh, Mendoza coming back too. 154 is one of the deepest divisions I've ever seen. Like all them guys got knockout power. That's journeyman right now. Uh, that's one of the deepest I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, that Mendoza fight, he was holding up too much. Yeah, Bud was the way Bud was boxing last week, PD. Excellent. He kind of waited too long to press forward, but man, you seen them double uppercuts he was throwing? Yeah, Pandora. Yeah, we always said that, PD. You remember we said that last year? Well, this year, earlier this year, we said, hey, Pandora can use that size and that reach. Pandora using his size now, so he's a problem. Like for anybody. Yeah, Charles Conwell the beast, bro. Oh yeah. Oh, let me put this up here for you, 80. Let me see what Jack said real quick. Brawls when he gets hurt. That's about it. No. I watched Tim Zoo. Yeah, I watched Tim Zoo. Hey, I put everybody on game about Tim Zoo last year, Jack. I told everybody about Tim Zoo last year. Hey, it's about that time. He was gonna fight anybody. Tim Zoo will fight anybody, man. He's already tried to fight Lubin twice. He tried to fight Terence Crawford. He ended up losing to Fundora. He fought Fundora. He tried to fight Keith Thurman. He got hurt. And this is all just this year. You know what I'm saying? So we know he tried to fight everybody. He a problem, but Terence Crawford might be one of the best boxers to ever live. That's a whole nother story. That's what people don't understand. He might be one of the best boxers to ever live. Terence Crawford ain't no knockoff Floyd Mayweather. Floyd wasn't knocking guys out like this at 36 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't no knockoff Floyd Mayweather. This is a different kind of beast. And I'm the biggest Floyd Mayweather fan you'll ever see, but Floyd wasn't doing this. Floyd didn't have guys at 68 talking about some, I don't want to fight you. It was never a Floyd Mayweather had a 168 scared to fight him. Probably a 160 or 154, but a 168? Nah. That's a different kind of level. We had Triple G trying to fight Floyd Mayweather back then. Triple G. He tried to fight Floyd Mayweather. Nobody said Floyd's too small. These guys talking about Terence Crawford is he's too small for a guy. I've never heard that before. If anybody can find me a boxer where they said he's too small to fight this guy, I'll give you $100 right now. Yeah, Charles Conwell, he got a chance. I like Charles Conwell. That division is deep though. I'm not gonna just throw names out there because everybody was just saying something about Virgil Ortiz can stop Terence Crawford. No, sir. Virgil Ortiz never had a chance to stop Terence Crawford. No disrespect to him, it's just his age. It's not his talent. He's just not old enough. Maybe him and Terence Crawford was the same age, he'd have the experience. He just don't got the experience. Oh yeah. I like Jeff Horn too. Yeah, you're right about that. You said Floyd was my favorite fighter too. Yeah, I like De La Hoya too. Growing up, I know. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I like Tim Tszyu little brother too, man. A lot of people didn't think he was decent. I think he a good fighter as well at 54. Give Tim Tszyu little brother a couple of years, 2 more years at 154. Well, he gonna be at probably 160 by then. But give him a couple of years. He gonna be a problem too. I like how he fights. Yeah, that's what I said already, man. Like, if we can get into that, PD, we can talk about that right now. So, PD, this is what I said right now. I'm glad you're here. So, shout out to Jack. Appreciate you coming through, Jack. Let me get Jack a rinse since he in here, man. I done seen Jack a couple times. But PD, I'm glad you're here because I said this about when Tim Zoo was the mandatory for Charlo last year. I said, hey man, why don't y'all get this Tim Zoo guy a chance? Man, like let him fight Charlo. He fought Tony Harrison. He fought Mendoza. He fought the other guy, Ocampo, who Earl Spence fought. When Earl Spence knocked out Ocampo, he got all the credit in the world. Tim Zoo go out there and knock Ocampo out. Everybody like, oh, that's just a regular knockout. I'm like, bro, Ocampo like he top 5 right now, top 10. That ain't no regular knockout. Ocampo don't get knocked out by everybody. So I didn't understand that. I seen Tim Zoo ain't get credit for that. I'm like, okay. What about Tony Harrison? Don't get credit for that. I'm like, all right. Brian Mendoza. That's when people start to come around. Okay, Mendoza. But that was only because Mendoza had just knocked out Fedora. If Mendoza wouldn't have knocked out Fedora, that wouldn't have been a problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's when everybody started to say, okay, Charlo, what you doing? But Charlo just lost to Canelo too, so that was another reason. But now the same thing with Terence Crawford. It's like what I'm seeing now is, yeah, Nikita Zoo is a problem. But what I'm seeing now is, this is what I'm starting to see in boxing I don't like. And I'm going to see if all of y'all agree. I have heard nobody say this yet, so please bear with me. Why are they giving these young guys, like, why are they trying to put these young guys in pay-per-view fights or big fights without proving themselves? Like Tim Zoo, he already fought 4 or 5 or 2 or 3 ex-champions already, or guys who's top contenders to get to where he at. Why does all these other guys get to earn a position before they actually earn it? Like Terence Crawford, he had to earn. He was number 1 pound for pound, and people say he had to earn the Earl Spence fight. So why wouldn't other guys come along now that's younger? Why do they get the fight before they can actually get in the fights? Like the first big fight they're supposed to get is Terence Crawford. I don't understand that. And I was just saying this about Morrell last week. I'm like, oh, Morrell only got 10 fights, man. Let's just pump the brakes on Morrell. Everybody's like, Morrell will beat Benavidez and Canelo with 10 fights. He gonna beat Benavidez and Canelo with 10 fights. Yeah, he will. So Majramon coming on, oh, Terence Crawford fighting the guy with 10 fights. So y'all gonna let Benavidez and Canelo fight a guy with 10 fights. But Crawford can't fight a guy with 10 fights. So who do Crawford got to fight? He got to fight what? The number 2 pound for pound, number 3, number 4. Okay. The guys that's on pound for pound not even fighting each other. And the only reason Crawford ain't getting credit for fighting pound for pound guys because they ain't putting Earl Spence on pound for pound. They didn't see Sean Porter fight 6 Hall of Famers in a row, but they ain't gonna put him on no pound for pound. They'll put Teofimo on there because he beat Lomachenko one time. And then people want me to take pound for pound serious. Then we have guys like Canelo, ain't had a knockout since 2021. Canelo ain't had a knockout since 2021. And they're telling me that he is going to knock out Terence Crawford. And he hasn't had a knockout since 2021. They seen Canelo get in the ring with Charlo for 12 rounds. They know that Charlo is not on Crawford's level. But for some reason, they just think in their mind, Charlo can last 12 rounds. But Crawford, he can't last 12 rounds. But Jamel Charlo, he can last 12 rounds with Canelo. That's where they lose me at. Yeah, Charlo, he can last 12 rounds with Canelo. They said Charlo's going to get knocked out. And I said that's not going to happen. I said Charlo going to survive, but he's not going to get knocked out. I promise you. Go back and look at the videos. I said Charlo will survive, but he won't get knocked out. Everybody said Charlo's getting knocked out by Canelo. Everybody. Go back and check their prediction videos. Oh, he getting knocked out. It's gonna be this round. I said Charlo ain't getting knocked out. I said Rayo ain't getting knocked out. And he done been knocked out before. But these same people that think Rayo gonna get knocked out by Pitbull, that think Charlo gonna get knocked out by Canelo, they think Morrell ready after 10 fights. They'll sit up here and tell me, hey man, you don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm not gonna be right about everything. I promise I'm not. I know a lot of y'all be right and I'll be wrong. But I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, he can retire now, bro. Crawford doing this really for the sport. I'm gonna tell you what Crawford doing right now, and I'm gonna tell you why this is so important. Nobody else gonna tell you this. Right now, Crawford is building little superstars. If he after he's fought Majramov is a superstar now. After he fights Tim Tszyu, he gonna be a superstar. After he fights Virgil Ortiz, he can be a superstar. All he's gonna do is build these guys to be big names when he leaves. Now Virgil Ortiz, after the fight last night, yeah, let's just say Virgil Ortiz robbed Bullshit. He was still in a big fight last night after taking off 2 years. He been out 2 years. He's barely had 2 fights at 154 this year. That's only went about 2 or 3 rounds. And he's fighting the top guy at 154. Something that Canelo's not doing. He's not fighting the top guy at 68 right now. What, Berlanga? Come on now. Berlanga just got dropped by Top Rank. So how great is he? No disrespect to him. I'm just being honest. That's a fact. He got dropped by Top Rank. But Crawford's building the sport up. He's gonna leave legacies. When he leaves the sport, people are gonna say, "Oh, that's that guy that fought Crawford. Oh, that's the guy who fought Crawford." But these other guys, you're not gonna know who they are. People doesn't care about where Billy Joe's doing right now or these other guys. They're not helping the sport. These young guys, they're helping the sport. That's why I said the best way Canelo could have did anything, he could have fought Benavidez, left a legacy, be remembered for fighting one of the toughest young guys ever. That's gonna go on and have big fights of his own, but they just don't want to do that type of stuff. It's not happening. That's why we have Tim Tszyu still involved. That's why I was telling people a couple of months ago, like, bro, nobody cares that Tim Tszyu lost a 12-round fight to Fundora. Okay, he gonna fight again. It happens in boxing. That's why when some people overreact, I overreact. Because they overreact about Terence Crawford going 12 rounds last week with Majramov, and it's the end of the world. Like, bro can't go up 7 pounds and go 12 rounds with a big guy? That's insane to me. But Canelo can go 12 rounds with these other guys we don't even know. John Riders and everything. Didn't get the knockout. Everybody should have said, man, you should have got the knockout against John Ryder. He was hurt, but so what? Tank was hurt against Pitbull with the same injury. And what you hear me say, hey, you should have got the knockout on that. Shakur Stevenson was hurt against De Los Santos. What you hear me say, hey, you should have got the knockout. So my story ain't gonna change, but yeah, Terence Crawford definitely is gonna leave a legacy. I don't know if people understand that though. Canelo, that's Canelo's job. Canelo can fight anybody right now. There's a lot of people now that know Charlo that didn't know Charlo. Now they're saying, hey, when Charlo's gonna fight again? Earl Spence, same thing. Earl Spence helped Crawford out. Did I want to see Earl Spence? Crawford beat Earl Spence? Yes, but Earl Spence, he helped basically put Terence Crawford where he's at right now. You know what I'm saying? You need the other guy to create the fight so you can be able to go where you need to go. And that's what happens. Terence Crawford needed Earl Spence to go to the next step. But when you got guys like cutting those opportunities off, like Canelo, like he has to make that happen. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it don't matter though, because at the same time, like even with Tim Tszyu losing to Fundora, Nobody finna sit up here and say, "Hey man, I ain't finna watch Tim Tszyu fight against Bakaram or Virgil Ortiz." Nobody cares. It's just that sometimes the fans overreact when certain fighters lose, and it's just so obvious. That's why a lot of us kind of overreact sometimes. Like, bro, I can't believe y'all overreacting like this. The Majimov thing last week was pretty obvious. Like, people really thought Majimov was a bum. Oh yeah, I like all fighters. Yeah, but Canelo, he got some trouble coming though. Cause the information I got on him, I was laying off Canelo. I haven't put no Canelo videos out since last year. But I was telling y'all a long time ago, Canelo only got like 5 knockouts in his last 20 fights. Dude ain't that good, man. And I don't like to disrespect no fighters like that, but the guy ain't that good if he talking the way he is. 5 knockouts in the last 20 fights. I think that's a worse ratio than what Floyd had. And Floyd had little brittle hands. Floyd got little small hands. And he had more than 5 knockouts in 20 fights. And he wasn't fighting no John Riders. And John Ryder retired right after he fought Canelo and Munguia. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. And you got Terence Crawford still fighting. But you got some guys retiring at 34, 33 years old right now. I seen a boxer just retire. He's 32. So a lot of these guys not even taking big fights at 35 no more. Everybody's not Bernard Hopkins. Or even Chris Arreola. Or even a Lucas Brown. These guys be fighting old, man. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, he had the perfect champs at 168. He tried to tell us the other day. Let me pull this up. PD, you went in here yesterday. PD, you see this picture I got up here? Canelo said the other day. Canelo said all these champions on this picture are the guys we asked him to fight. I didn't even know Canelo that well before he fought Floyd. I mean, I knew of him, but not to the point where I was like, yeah, that's the guy I want to see fight Floyd. Absolutely not. We were still asking for Pacquiao fight. When Floyd fought Canelo, I said, bro, why are you fighting this guy who's not even on a Pacquiao level? Like, we're supposed to be fighting Pacquiao. You're fighting Canelo? Who is this guy? Who is this kid? He's only 23 years old, and you're gonna fight him? I'm like, oh my God. But Canelo said he asked us to these are the fighters we asked him to fight. This dude said we asked him to fight Lara, Cotto, Triple G 3 times, Caleb Plant, Trout, Mayweather, Cullum Smith, and Billy Joe Saunders. I know he lying about that Billy Joe Saunders fight. I heard a couple of guys say they was asking for that fight, but nah, man, I wasn't asking Canelo to fight no guy on PEDs. I didn't even want guys to fight him after he fought them PEDs, but that's a whole nother story. And then, to be honest with you, bro, Canelo popped on PEDs and nobody else brought it up after that. We let it go. Did nobody say, oh, that guy on PEDs finna fight again? Bro, nobody said that. Like, he be getting so much credit in America. It's disgusting. Like, he turned it into Thanos. He want everything. Like, this the only guy I know that failed tests and nobody even brings it up. Like, I don't understand. People don't understand, like, the things Canelo can do. Go to cruiserweight. It's crazy what's going on in boxing now. And I like the guy. I think he can help carry the sport, but not fighting Berlanga. I don't think Berlanga gonna be around that long at 68 unless they move him the right way. For his age group, he probably will be good. But I don't know. It's a lot of ifs. That's basically like me saying that Berlanga can be the next version of Daniel Dubois at his weight class. Cause Dubois, he's only 26. I think Berlanga older than Daniel Dubois, which is the crazy part. Yeah, Canelo's tripping. I don't know. This is what the crazy part is, PD. Man, Canelo, this might be his last prime year. This might be his last year when he's at his best. Next year, he might be an old man. He might be moving slow. He might not be the same. So a lot of fans, they're trying to be like, well, in a minute, bro, Canelo won't be able to be in a big fight because he's going to be so old to the point where he's not going to be able to have any kind of big fight. Unless he's going to fight some young guys who's very young, like 23, 24, some prospects. Because you can't get any lower than Berlanga. And then Terence Crawford, he has a higher standard. They're expecting this guy to fight somebody next fight. Even if he got turned down by Canelo, they're like, bro, you're going to have to fight somebody. If Terence Crawford come out and say, man, I'm just going to fight a regular 54, some prospect or somebody, they're going to be like, man, this dude a bum, man. He ain't fighting nobody. But my thing is, and I have no problems with Boots Ennis. You know what I'm saying? I think Boots Ennis is a very good fighter. He's one of my favorite fighters the last 6-7 years. So that's why I'm kind of confused why everybody's jumping on the Boots Ennis bandwagon. Because when Boots was Earl Spence mandatory for 2 or 3 years, I wasn't running around saying, man, Earl Spence ducking Boots. That's what's kind of confusing me. I ain't never said Earl Spence was ducking Boots, but he was just mandatory the whole time. But why would I ask Earl Spence to fight Boots if he's trying to fight Terence Crawford? That don't make any sense. That's what kind of confused me about everything. I was like, why would I ask? Like, anybody can answer that question. Why would I ask Earl Spence to fight Boots if he finna fight Terence Crawford? Obviously, when people were, and that's a good question too. I'm gonna tell y'all this right quick. If people thought Boots was better than Terence Crawford, they would have asked Earl Spence to fight Boots instead of Terence Crawford. Doesn't that make a lot of sense? If people thought that Terence Crawford was worse than Boots, wouldn't you have Earl Spence fight Boots instead of Terence Crawford? Why would everybody ask Terence Crawford to fight in Spence if they thought Boots was better than Terence Crawford? Wouldn't the fight to make would be Spence and Boots? I'm just saying that to be honest with you, because 2 years ago I did want to see Boots versus Spence, but I just was like, I'd rather see Crawford versus Spence though. But people are openly admitting they think Terence Crawford is better when they say I'd rather see Terence Crawford versus Spence than Terence Crawford versus Boots. You're admitting that you don't think that Boots is on Terence Crawford's level, because I wanted to see Boots fight, and I'm a bigger Terence Crawford fan than most of these guys. But I wanted to see Boots fight Spence. And people see why now. You can't tell me that fight come on tomorrow and nobody gonna be like, I don't want to see that fight. You said Bud versus Virgil next? Nah, Bud said he didn't want to fight Virgil next. He didn't say he wanted to fight Virgil. He said he wants to fight Fundora or Spence next. Nah, he said he wanted to fight Fundora or Spence. He fights Virgil next. Virgil possibly getting stopped, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. From what I seen yesterday, Virgil getting stopped. No, I always felt like that though. That's why I'm not trying to. The same thing I say about Virgil is the same thing I say about Boots. I'm a fan of Virgil and Boots. You know what I'm saying? I like those guys. I don't think most people can beat them, but It's gonna be like a Canelo and Floyd Mayweather all over again. It's like, bro, if you go back in history, bro, Floyd really wasted his time fighting Canelo. Ain't nobody gonna tell you that because they like Canelo so much, but Canelo ain't put a dent in Floyd Mayweather. He didn't put a scratch on Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather ain't had no scratches on him, no bruises, no blood. He was in a ring with him for 30 minutes and he didn't do nothing with him. And Floyd wasn't even running. Floyd ran more in the Maidana fight than he did the Canelo fight. And the reason I know that is because everybody was begging for a rematch with Maidana. But when he fought Canelo, nobody said anything. Yeah, Floyd was knocking Canelo's head back. And you know how I know? Because people go back and watch that fight. People said it was boring, but that's one of Canelo's most watched fights. They don't go back and watch Triple G versus Canelo 3 though. I heard something about that Bud can possibly get a second belt. Possibly, but I don't know. I gotta look that up. They got a lot of PBC fights coming up free too. I gotta do a video on that coming up. Let me write that down. They got a lot of free fights coming up with PBC this year and next year. They said it should be like 2 or 3 free fights towards November or December. I think it's gonna be on Prime. Well, it's gonna be on Prime. We need some more free fights. I think they're trying to lure everybody in on the app. For sure, though. Yeah, that'll be a good fight, but with Arabia right now, they're not really doing the money fight thing no more though in boxing. In boxing, the money thing ain't really it's not really a problem no more with Turkey Al-Sheikh around. That's why nobody cares about pay-per-view numbers no more. Well, fans do, with certain fights. Yeah, Canelo stopped trying as eighth round. Eighth round, Canelo was on that back foot. Canelo started moving like a b-boy, like a break dancer. Them legs start crossing each other. He was moving backwards. Yeah, Floyd didn't run in that fight. But like I was saying earlier though, in my other video I had put out this morning, Canelo lost to a guy at 54. He beat Triple G at 60. He beat most of the guys at 68, but then he lost to a guy at 75. And then he tried to fight a cruiserweight. So if Terence Crawford loses at 54 right now, Canelo did, that don't mean he can't beat guys at 60 and 68 because Canelo went up and beat guys at 60 and 68. Prove that theory wrong. I don't know why he's being a hypocrite. He's basically telling Crawford is Canelo saying, I don't want Crawford to do what I did. I don't want Crawford to lose at 54 to a guy like Floyd, then go to 60 and fight Triple G, and then go to 168 and become undisputed, then go to 175, lose the Bivol. But I knocked out Kovalev, but then try to fight Bacoli brother at 200 pounds at cruiserweight, and nobody cares. Dude try to fight Bacoli brother, and nobody cared about it. I remember a couple of months ago, I was looking up Bacoli. I seen his name. I'm like McAboo. That dude sound like that Canelo guy. That guy Canelo fought. But I said McAboo, he don't look like Bacoli. Man, that's the same guy. Yeah, man. And then the reporters, bro, they gave the fight away. They're talking about at 170. Canelo's 170. They said it on live TV. And it's on recording. They said Canelo weight live on TV in the first round of Floyd versus Canelo. Canelo rehydrated to 170, 175. Let's see how it turns out. I'm like, wow. So they knew this guy was they was trying to get Floyd crushed. But now it's like 10 years later, they're like, nah, we don't need to see that fight. That's too much weight. They didn't say that about Floyd though. When Wilder fights guys 60 pounds heavier, they don't say that. Haven't y'all noticed that most of the heavyweights that Wilder fights is guys that's like almost 300 pounds, and Wilder the smallest heavyweight? They don't try to get Wilder guys like Frank Sanchez. That's why I ain't say nothing to Riyadh season. See, everybody want to cry about Turkey Al-Sheikh and everything now, but my problem with Turkey Al-Sheikh then was, if you're going to have Wilder be out for 2 years without fighting, could you give him a heavyweight that's at least 250, 240? Why you got to give him a guy who's 300 pounds? Tyson Fury's not fighting guys 300 pounds. Anthony Joshua's not fighting guys 300 pounds. So now, when it comes to Canelo, everybody know how to count weight. They know how to measure and everything else. But when it goes to Wilder, oh, yeah, give him a guy who's 300 pounds so he can get crushed. So it's becoming obvious now. Now everybody cares about weight and safety now. Nah, it's been a setup from the beginning. Jerry Anderson got a guy who's almost 300 pounds. They haven't been fighting guys that's heavyweights. That wasn't a coincidence. I didn't hear everybody out here saying Turkey Al-Sheikh setting these guys up, man. Why is Wilder 200 pounds fighting guys 300 pounds? But Fury, he walks around 280, 270, and he's fighting a guy that's like 230, 220. Joshua fights small heavyweights. Joshua ain't jumping in the ring with Joe Joyce. He's jumping in the ring with Joseph Parker. That's two different kind of body types. Joe Joyce almost 300 pounds. You know what I'm saying? So people, when they talk about the weight bullying and everything, it's kind of offensive because the only person that's getting weight bullied around here is American fighters. Your fighter ain't getting weight bullied. We getting weight bullied. Floyd's fighting guys who fighting at 175, 168 right now. See, Canelo ain't gonna have nothing like that on his resume. He's not gonna be able to retire, and then 10 years later, a guy he fought is still gonna be a top face of boxing or a top 5 pound for pound. Cause he ain't putting nothing like that on his resume. If he would have fought Benavidez, he would have did the same thing that Floyd did for him. But instead, he wants to keep the legacy for himself. He's good enough with Triple G because people say, oh, yeah, well, he beat Triple G, a guy who was at 160 for 20 years. But he's not a weight bully. Triple G was at 160 for 20 years. I don't know if people know that. Majumov has been at 154 for a long time. He's been at 154 for about at least 5, 6, 7 years. And Crawford just fought a guy who's a solid 154. You think he gonna get credit for fighting a guy who's been at 154 longer than the guys like Tim Tszyu has? No, absolutely not. No, he's not gonna get credit for that. I knew it was bad when Sean Porter got stopped by Terence Crawford, and everybody said Sean Porter quit. A guy who's never been stopped before in his career. Treated him like a bum. The same Sean Porter who went out there and fought Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, Ugas, Earl Spence. They say he was gonna get knocked out by Earl Spence. That same guy, when he got to Crawford and fought him, and they said, "Oh, he quit in that Crawford fight. He ain't that good." I'm like, wow. So instead of giving Crawford props, we're gonna throw away a guy who just going to the Hall of Fame. What? Ain't Sean Porter finna go into the Hall of Fame? See, Canelo, when you put a good resume together, you fight everybody in your weight class, you can go into the Hall of Fame very easy. See, Canelo go out there and get dropped by Crawford, then that Hall of Fame stuff is gonna go quiet. Canelo gonna turn into Tommy Gunn from Rocky V. See, right now, what Canelo doing, he feel like he built himself up and he ain't have no help along the way. Bro, a lot of people don't get credit for losses. Like, another thing too, Canelo and Triple G get a lot of credit for losing. Like, I've never seen a guy get so much credit for going in the ring and losing almost every round to Floyd. I've never seen that before. I've never seen Triple G get so much credit for losing all the fights to Canelo, fighting 3 fights with him, never getting a knockdown. Nobody called Triple G pillow fist. Like, you were supposed to knock a guy out who was fighting at 47-54. That's really pillow fist, and it's low key a weight bully. Why you Triple G ain't never been able to knock out a guy at 47-54, Canelo, who moved up? Canelo moved up to help Triple G out. Canelo didn't have to fight Triple G. If Canelo would have never fought Triple G, wouldn't nobody even care about a Triple G right now? Am I lying? What about now? Since Canelo has not fought in Triple G, ain't nobody thinks about Triple G right now. But I think the standard's so high for Crawford right now that I just got to keep it a buck. Yep. And I almost beat Spence. I don't think people understand the greatness that Terence Crawford is bringing to the table. No, Triple G a good fighter, but it's just like I said though, Triple G gets credit for losses. Like, he gets credit for bringing a 154 up. Like, it's not the same as it should be. Like, it's really not, man. It's obvious now. Like, Crawford don't get credit for moving up trying to fight Canelo. That's what everybody was saying Roy Jones was doing. Oh, man, Roy Jones went from middleweight to heavyweight, man. Y'all seen what Roy Jones did? He went up to middleweight. Yeah, because guys back then would actually fight you. Canelo would never have fought Roy Jones, from what I'm hearing. From what I'm hearing, if Roy Jones would have said, hey, Canelo, I'm finna move up and fight you, he would have said, no, man, I do what I want. Why would I fight Roy Jones? Yeah, Triple G cool, but y'all know I'm keeping it in the buck, though. I'm not lying about Triple G. Y'all know I'm keeping it in the buck. When Triple G got called out by Andre Ward, that was everything I needed to see. The same thing that Triple G did with Andre Ward is the same thing I'm doing now. And let's keep it real. Triple G should have went up 14 pounds to fight Andre Ward. The fact that he didn't do that, the fact that Triple G didn't do that, nah, he could never be on a level of Crawford. Crawford would have been moved up 15 pounds to fight Andre Ward. Absolutely. I mean, I know they cool and friends now, but he would have went up 15 pounds to fight Andre Ward. But the fact that Triple G was like, no, and I'd rather just do 3 fights with Canelo. Well, I guess you think you're basically what Triple G told me was, my career is only good enough to basically fight Canelo 3 times, go 12 rounds with him. A guy who couldn't beat Floyd. A guy who couldn't beat Floyd Mayweather. And if I was Canelo, I want my get back. I'd be like, oh, this is the closest thing to Floyd, so let me go ahead and fight Crawford. Yeah, he was happy when fighting with Canelo and getting that money. And that's when I said right then, I said, I can't rock with that. Because if that was Andre Ward that did that, I'd be like, man, Andre Ward, you tripping. But Andre Ward, he fought Kovalev and sealed the deal. And Kovalev was still a good fighter then. Shoot, years later, Kovalev still ended up beating Yard. I thought Yard was going to be able to get him. Kovalev said he almost did, but nah, he couldn't get him. But then Canelo swooped right in after that hard fight and got Kovalev on a rehydration clause. Man, it got him good. But you can't really blame Canelo for that. I mean, Kovalev signed the paper. He signed the paper. He wanted that money. But nah, we got to keep it the same, though. The standard got to be the same. The standard definitely got to be the same. Because I'm going to tell you, when guys lose like Virgil Ortiz, even when my fighters lose, I say the same thing, bro. The same way Virgil Ortiz losing, and the same way some of my fighters lost. And I wasn't sitting around here dropping like, oh, man, it was a robbery. I remember when Richard Hitchens fought that Limoges guy, and everybody said, Richard Hitchens, man, he was in a robbery. That was a robbery. That fight was not close like that fight last night. If Richard Hitchens would have got dropped twice, I would have said, yeah, that's a robbery. But nah, not like last night. That's why I don't call every fight a robbery, bro. I can't do it. I only call fights robberies when it actually does happen, when it's actually close like that. And last night was one of them. But people ain't saying nothing about O'Shaquie Foster fight a couple of weeks ago on that Shakur Stevenson card. So I knew right then that people don't care about robberies for real. They just only say it when certain fighters do it. I mean, I just got to use my history book. So my history book says that people don't care about robberies. So I don't know what's supposed. Yeah, that was a robbery, bro. That was one of the best performances I seen. Cause I said, man, if Shaquille Foster come out, man, come on, he was fighting a gold medalist, man. That wasn't no bum he was fighting. Dude fought a gold medalist, went out there and outclassed him, outboxed him. That was one of the biggest upset. Even though he was a champion, that's still an upset because, like I said, like the criteria Constacia bring to the table, Constacia ain't never got beat like that. Even against Shakur Stevenson, he wasn't getting outclassed like that. He got outclassed. He couldn't do anything. The dude couldn't throw a jab, nothing. He had just fought Navarrete recently, and people thought that Constacia beat Navarrete. So for O'Shaquie Foster to come back around and make Constacia look like a shell of himself, yeah, that was a robbery, man. That's a real robbery. That was a real robbery. I'm telling you, man, you got to keep it the same in boxing because one day your favorite fighter gonna be in a position where you're gonna be like, man, that wasn't a robbery. He boxed well, but there's plenty of fighters who got dropped twice and didn't win, and they boxed very well when they got up. I'm talking about very good. When Andre Ward got dropped once by Kovalev, people thought he lost the fight because of one knockdown. There's been plenty of fights like that. Plenty of fights. Or when Teofimo got dropped by Kambosos one time. But he still got outboxed a lot in that fight. But he only got dropped one time in that fight. Nobody said that Teofimo won that fight fair and square. So it goes both ways sometimes. But that O'Shaquie Foster fight, that was horrible. And they got a rematch coming up too, PD, for that fight. They got a mandatory for that fight. A rematch. Yeah, I wasn't gonna stop making a video until that was fixed. Oh, you talking about that first one? Yeah, that first one could have been a draw. That's what I did second one. Yeah, I wasn't mad at nobody who had a draw. Jack, you right about that. I wasn't mad about anybody who had a draw. Hey, you know one thing I didn't know? Because, I don't know everything about boxing. I didn't know that Triple G had got robbed in the Olympics. I didn't know he got robbed in the Olympics. That's pretty crazy. Speaking of robberies, I never knew that. That's pretty wild, man. Yeah, that makes it hard for me to watch the Olympics now. I know they robbing Triple G in the Olympics. Yeah, they robbing everybody. Because Stacey, I had the same situation. Oh, I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. He looked like he in better shape right now, too. The funny thing that you said that he looked like he in better shape right now, too. That's the crazy part. Yeah, he looks like yeah, but my Jamal does look like Triple G though, I ain't gonna lie. He does look like Triple G in the face. I don't think he fights like him though. I definitely don't think they fight the same. Oh yeah, Charles Conwell said he better than Virgil Ortiz and Bullshit. After last night, I don't know, man. I think Conwell. Well, I think Conwell's a good fighter, anyways. At 54, to be honest with you, he really be holding back. I think Conwell a good fighter, though. To be honest with you, I think he a real good fighter. At 54, I think he gonna be a problem. That's a deep division, man. It's really been a deep division. It's a difference when you clean out a division or you just fight 3 or 4 guys and then get undisputed. Like when you clear out a division, like a lot of these guys was at 54 when Charlo was at undisputed. They just weren't highly ranked yet. So Terence Crawford winning 54 right now be way harder than what Charlo did. This ain't the same as beating Castano, Lubin, and what's the name? Tony Harrison. Even though Tony Harrison is a very good fighter. And Lubin is too. Castano a good fighter too. Just dudes ain't motivated like that. Tim Tszyu, he different. You know what I'm saying? Castano lost and he's like, well, I'm gonna take a break. Tim Tszyu lost and he's like, okay, win the next fight. I'm fighting Crawford next. Oh, he not available? What about Virgil Ortiz? Then he was gonna fight Lubin. So yeah, he trying to fight somebody. I gotta give credit with that about that. Majima. Yeah, I know they be saying that. They be saying he fight like Triple G. I'm like, no, not really. I forgot who I said he fights like. I forgot about it now, but yeah, I forgot who I said he fights like. It was a good comparison. Can't think of it now. But yeah, I think Conwell. No, I think Conwell's decent. I think he needs. I don't know. I think he probably need like a bull check fight or something like that. Probably. Like whoever lost this fight or the next fight after the rematch, put him in there with Conwell. Yeah, I definitely think Conwell need his chance right now. I think he's highly slept on. Oh, yeah. Hey, I think that's what I said. Hey, that's crazy. I think that's what I said. Dang, I think I did say Jeff Horn. Hey, I said Jeff Horn. Yeah, he does fight like Jeff Horn. You're right about that. Yeah, we do, man. They need to do round by round scoring now. They need to stop doing that TV score because that's never right. It's never close. It's always something that looks crazy. And they always have it tied at the 10th round. They do that every time. Or the 9th or 10th round, they always got a tie or something like that. Yeah, they definitely need to do live round scoring. Yeah, that definitely needs to happen. Because the scoring lately is that's what I'm saying, man. And the scoring, and this is happening with these big fights now. Now people gonna start complaining, saying, "Hey, Turkey Al Sheik putting these fights together, but the judging and everything is going bad." So I had already said a couple of things about that. I tried to bring it up with the Nick Ball fight, the Nick Ball and Ray Ford fight, but I don't know, man. Some people score aggression. Like in that Nick Ball and Ray Ford fight, they were scoring aggression. They weren't scoring punches because Nick Ball fought better against Ray Vargas, and he lost that fight. And that was the fight right before that fight. Yeah, TV scores is that is for the fans, man. A lot of these fans, they like listen to the commentators, tell them what they want to see, what they need to see. It always, bro, when I was watching boxing, every time they used to say, "Oh, this guy's punching," I used to be like, "No, he's not." So I used to just turn it off. But these guys, they still listen to the commentating, the scores. When they look at the scores, and then That's why they always do it. It kind of persuades the fans. Those are for the fans that don't really know what they're seeing, so they need some assistance. But it's not hard to score a fight. I mean, it looks like everybody know how to score a fight because I've seen guys knock guys down multiple times, and people said, "Well, that guy got outboxed by this person." They scored the Ngannou fight against Fury pretty well, so it looks like they know how to score a boxing. They scored that fight pretty well. They was talking about jab. They counted every jab in that fight, every hook. Yeah, I know. Just go all out, especially when you're getting paid like that. You could be like, "Oh, this is the last round." They know how to score fights though, especially the fans, bro. They know how to score these fights. Yeah, I heard that after I got off the I heard it after I got off live stream. It was pretty bad, man. I think the worst I've heard was when Hernandez was fighting O'Shaquie Foster. They was counting all those shots. And then literally, bro, if you go back and listen to it, the O'Shaquie Foster and Hernandez fight on the zone, when O'Shaquie Foster started knocking out Hernandez, or when he started dropping him and hurting him, the commentators were saying, "No, no, no, he shouldn't be going forward and fighting him." And then when O'Shaquie Foster dropped him, they was like, "No." I'm talking about, bro, they were like literally upset. I'm like, what? They was trying to rob this dude. So they've been trying to rob O'Shaquie Foster since last year. I'm talking about the commentators was like, "No, I can't believe O'Shaquie Foster just knocked him out." And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Y'all are commentators. Like, why are you even picking sides right now? Yeah, that was crazy. That was insane. That's the worst commentating I ever heard in my life. But that Majimov one, it was definitely number 2. Because at least they had Sean Porter on there. But it went left. It was bad. But I don't know why a lot of people say the Majimov and but a lot of these guys don't know boxing though, you know. I ain't even hear it. Jack, I didn't even hear it. Are you serious? Yeah, Rosado, he do be. I heard him doing the prelims. He was kind of, but yeah, they gotta do that sometimes. You know, they do it. It's their company. You know, that's the company they work for, so they usually have to lean towards the fighter. But yeah, when you're an ex-fighter though, you don't want to put your reputation online for commentating the fight though. That's when it gets tricky. If I'm a guy who's a fighter who's been fighting that long, I'm not finna put my whole reputation on the line just so I can call a fight a certain way for a guy because he's pro this and that's the zone and you know, well, Golden Boy this. Nah. You like Jim Lampley? Yeah, I mean he's cool. He still, you know, he still has his ways. I like to be honest, I like when I think who used to call fight? I think George Foreman used to call fights. I think somebody else did too. I like when they used to have the X fighters coming on there. But yeah, I wasn't too fond of uh some of those guys. I mean, I'm cool with Lampley. I like Lampley. He's better than the other guys, but they still would be biased and stuff like that. Them guys were super biased, especially on HBO days. What? HBO when Lomachenko got there? Oh my God. Bro, after Lomachenko, a lot of people lost credibility. A lot of those commentators like Max and Lampley, they kind of sold out for the Lomachenko days though. Not gonna cap. That's why HBO went away like that. It was like, yeah, Lomachenko. I'm like, bro, he only got 3 fights, bro. What are we doing? But yeah, I definitely like Max. They better than Teddy Atlas, I think. I mean, I like listening to Teddy Atlas, but he wasn't one of my favorite commentators. But I like HBO days with Lampley and Max though. And ESPN too. No, I like Max. I like Max. No, I like Max. Shoot, ESPN really ain't the same without Max, to be honest with you. It really ain't the same. Even though Max, he had his little ways, but he really ain't the same. He call a fight way different than what other people do. Max, he be extra. He'll be like, what the guy, Teddy Atlas, he'll just be like, we go in there. But I like Max though. He cool though. When you hear his voice, you know it's gonna be a boxing match on. Yeah, I like him, Lampley. He better than the other guys. But the new commentator, man, it's bad, bro. I do not like Chris Mannix commentating, bro. I thought Sergio was decent, but man, nah, man. Sergio cool, but he go too far. I heard Chris Mannix say some extreme things on the zone recently. That was a couple of years ago, though. I'm like, whoa. You're not trying to make no big fights happen. But I don't know, though, man. Like, right now, it's all about growing the sport. And I don't know how they're going to grow the sport now without 154 and having Crawford fight a lot of guys right now. Because at 168, that division is dead. It's over. And after these next 2 years, after we have these big fights, you're going to have to rebuild and basically have some more talent come in. But it's going to be tough to have all these big fights, man, and so many rematches and everything going on. Yeah, they do. They talk too much out of they've been doing that for years too, man. It's getting worse now, ain't it? Yeah, you notice that too? It's getting worse now too. Yeah, I said that the other day though, P. I can't believe that Max. Yeah, the zone unprofessional. They be talking to each other. It's like a baseball game in there. You know how them guys at baseball, they just talk about random stuff? Like, yeah, man, have you had a hot dog at the stand, the new ones? Like, they talk about stuff like that. I'm like, man, what are they doing? Can we talk about the fight? Bro, did y'all see how they was going at each other during the prelims? They was arguing with each other during the prelims at the Crawford fight. I was like, this is crazy. Yeah, I don't think they like each other. That's what I kind of seen from that situation. But I didn't hear the commentating late in the fight though, when Terence Crawford was fighting. But people was pretty upset about that. That was some of the worst. That's some of the worst I've heard lately. And kids are not going to be able to learn boxing like that because they think that the scoring is another way because of how the commentating is telling. Because a lot of people don't know boxing until they actually watch it. So when they watch it, they're saying that a guy like Majramov, if he's moving forward and throwing his arms and being aggressive, that means you're winning the fight. And the guy who's moving backwards and throwing punches and counter punching, that's the guy who's losing. So that's when they say that on commentating, it messes up the sport of boxing. It's not that we have a lot of casuals, it's that they're telling you the wrong thing in boxing. They're telling you the wrong way to score a fight. That's why you got guys like Pitbull that think they want to fight because his whole life he done seen guys throwing a whole bunch of punches, and he thinks, oh, if I throw a whole bunch of punches, that means I'm winning the fight because I seen Pacquiao do that. and he won a fight. I seen Canelo do that against Triple G, and they gave him the fight. So what about me? So that's how they scored the fight. And that's why when people say things about commentating, yeah, and then they took him off, man. And they took him off. I like Lennox Lewis too. Lennox Lewis keep it real. I like Lennox Lewis. I thought Roy Jones used to do a good job. I thought Roy Jones was decent. But yeah, that's why a lot of people don't know how to score fights these days. They think that aggression that's the way you win. No, you gotta throw punches too, and they gotta land. That's why a lot of people look at Floyd fights all these years because commentators will say, "Man, Floyd didn't win that fight. He got robbed." That's why we had a Maidana too. When Maidana lost the first fight, you had all these commentators saying a whole bunch of things, and then when you go back and look at the fight, everything they were saying was wrong. That's why a lot of people. I'm gonna tell y'all another secret too. Go ahead and say this. That's why a lot of people don't watch the full fights anymore. They just watch the highlights because the commentating is so bad on some of these networks, like HBO back in the day, that if you go back and listen to the commentary, they're so wrong about the fight that people will say, you know what, I'd rather listen to some music on the background, watch a 15-minute highlight instead of having to hear somebody talk about some punches that never landed. He said he was doing a Harlem Shake, throwing no punches. Yeah, he did. Roy's so country, bro. I'm from the South, and Roy's still country to me. That Florida country, it's still different. Yeah, but that's why a lot of people make it so hard on commentating these days because you teaching the next generation of fighting. I mean, of fans to score aggression. That's all it is. It's a lot of guys who fought recently who fight just like Pitbull does, but the commentating it just when you mix in Tank Davis and you mix in the commentating saying woo 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 look at that and everything else, and then you mix in the big names with Roland Romero, then you mix in the fact that everything else, the knockout, then he knocked out Gamboa, so you mix all that in, and it's kind of like, oh well, that style is unbeatable, or you got to score that off aggression. But they're not thinking about the jabs or anything. And PD, you remember when I was saying that one day after the fight, I was like, well, Rolly was still standing up when he fought Pitbull, and I thought Pitbull was getting touched up with the jab a lot. And people was like, no, no, no. I said, okay. And Pitbull next fight, if he fights a guy with a jab, he gonna lose. And that's what happened. Everybody who lost last week, they lost to a jab. Everybody who lost yesterday basically lost to a jab and some inside fighting, especially a jab. Even though Leo don't throw a lot of jabs, he jabbed enough to beat up Lopez. Lopez wasn't throwing anything. He wasn't throwing any jabs. So most of these guys, they really still losing the jabs these days. They really one-dimensional. Lopez, he kind of one-dimensional. Oh yeah. At 140 and still 25 years old? Yeah, he only 25. Oh yeah. I put him in the same category as Tim Tszyu. He doesn't lose any credibility with me. You know what I'm saying? You get credit for actually fighting guys like that, but I'm gonna be honest with you too. I don't think his dad is a good trainer. I know a lot of people don't want to bring that up, but if they don't know, Pitbull dad is training him, and he's not that good. You know what I'm saying? He's not that good of a trainer. He's definitely not. And Pitbull was definitely scared. He was a little bit of what He was a little bit afraid, man, because he was landing that left hook and he wasn't going out there like that. He was definitely a little bit afraid to go out there and let his hands fly. Yeah, same category as Zoo. That's what I'm saying. Same category. Guys who go out there and fight tough and they put together good combinations. But Pitbull ain't throwing no good combinations right now. He's fighting worse now than he has in his last 2 or 3 fights. I think he's starting to get away from actually putting together some kind of strategy, and he just going out there trying to bowl guys over. Like he was trying to brawl with Rayo, and it just wasn't gonna work. He could have did a better job boxing. I tried to point that out in that Rolly fight. Like the first round he came out, he was trying to knock Rolly out. He caught him in the first round. Then Rolly started throwing that jab, and that's when Pitbull started to box with him. And I was like, okay, Pitbull boxing with him now. Cool. And then that's when Pitbull ended up hurting him in the middle rounds. And, he ended up getting stopped. But when he was boxing, that's when he was doing what he went back to fighting like his old style. But now he's kind of just going there brawling, trying to get the guys knocked out and stuff like that. I think the crowd might have just hyped him up too much. He did look small, like he tried to cut too much weight. He had to cut a lot of weight because he's been moving around trying to do interviews and stuff. But at the same time, you got to show up, man. You got to. Because Rayo was a 35 too. Rayo just moved up from 135. That was Rayo's first fight at 35. That was Pitbull's second fight at 35. I mean, at 130. That was Rayo's first fight at 140. And that was Pitbull's second fight at 140. So all he did was fight a guy at 135 and 140. But yeah, he got to get another trainer in there. That's why Munguia does that. Devin Haney does it. Jared Anderson, he tried to do it, but he did it the wrong way. You don't bring a guy in a month before you fight and think that it's going to work out. That's what Anthony Joshua tried to do with Derrick James. But yeah, it was a very good opportunity for Pitbull. I think he's still going to have good fights. I wasn't tripping about it too much with him. I'm not really making a big deal of Pitbull losing. Like, I'm just making I'm making a big deal about fans trying to retire certain fighters that I like. See, all these other fans that say like some of these fighters I've been watching for like 10 years saying that these guys should retire, that offends me because they haven't been watching boxing long enough to ask anybody to retire. So to come in my sport and basically say, hey, I want your favorite fighter to retire, but I got excuses for Pitbull and Virgil Ortiz. Nah, that ain't finna happen. That ain't finna happen. That's what they want. They want people like me to lay down so I don't have no voice in boxing and everybody else can run around, just do what they want and put out narratives so we can have Triple G verse 3 all over again. And they want Canelo to do whatever he wants, and they want him to have some kind of bro, nobody in America ever let Floyd Mayweather do what he wants to do. I don't know if anybody knows that. Nobody in America ever let Floyd Mayweather do what he wants to do. I did not want Floyd to fight Canelo, and everybody found out why. Because Canelo wasn't ready. But I'm tired of fans getting these young guys to fight certain guys in their prime or their last couple of years when they're not ready, just so they can prove a point. I've already seen this before. If you go back in history, bro, I would rather see Floyd fight somebody else instead of fighting Canelo at 23 years old. That was a waste of time. You wasted one of Floyd's best years to try to prove a point because you thought some guy that you thought was the next De La Hoya could get in the ring with Floyd, and it was a waste of time. Floyd robbed the bank. That was one of the fights where he robbed the bank. If anybody want to talk about Floyd money fights, that was a fight that was a money fight. And people begged Floyd to fight Canelo and Maidana twice. And he did it. Then we come around and say, hey, I need to see Benavidez. Nah, I do what I want. What? You do what you want. Boy, you know where you at? This ain't Mexico. You do what you want. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. And 20 years from now, 10 years from now, Canelo try to come to a fight when he start getting booed by fans. Boo! You ain't fight Crawford. Get out of here. Why are you even in Vegas? Yeah, he is a big 135. He's a huge 135. I thought Rayo and Rolly was the same size though. I thought Rayo and Rayo and Rolly was the same size. Because when they weighed in, not weighed in, but when they faced off, yeah, he's much shorter. But Pitbull looked skinnier in the Rayo fight. And when you drop all that weight at once, it's hard to gain back the next day. But yeah, we be wasting a lot of these fighters. Like Canelo wasting his time right now fighting Munguia and Berlanga. It's not that I don't want to see the fight. He could have fought these guys next year. I don't want to see Canelo fight Munguia and Berlanga in his prime. He could fight those guys when he's 37 or something. It ain't like Canelo gonna be 35 years old. I'm gonna be like, man, you know what? He too old for Berlanga. I mean, Crawford 36 right now. He could have fought these guys down the line. See, he really wasting time. He talking about he gonna fight 5 more years. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not fighting 5 more years. Yeah, I want to see that fight, Pitbull versus Matias. I want to see that fight. I still want to see that fight. Yeah, I want to see some fights at 140 still. I don't know if Teofimo gonna move up, but it look like he gonna move up to 47 though. So 140 gonna take a hit, losing Teofimo. That's a couple of fights we'll like to see. Yeah, exactly, man. Like losses don't matter. That's why I was telling people before Tim Tszyu fought. I gave a speech. I said, do not sit up here if Tim Tszyu lose or anybody like Fandora. I don't want to hear nobody saying, "Oh well," because plenty of guys like Canelo sat up here and lost, and people have said nothing. So taking a hard fight and losing in a decision or anything, that's not a bad thing. Just make the sport better. Rayo getting knocked out by De Los Santos helped De Los Santos out. Now people know who De Los Santos is. Before that, they weren't running around really talking about De Los Santos. But they thought that because Rayo got knocked out that he was a bum. So that kind of hurt Pitbull's reputation because people was kind of over exaggerating about how bad Rayo really is as a boxer. The dude got no credit. Yeah, Rayo proved that these people really think that one knockout means your career is over, which is disgusting. And most fans think that because I seen them going at my neck because I said Rayo got a chance. Oh, he been knocked out, man. A knockout means you're a bum in boxing. No, it doesn't. You know how many Hall of Famers been knocked out? Yeah, I think he need a new trainer, PD. Spence need a new trainer now. He just need a good trainer. That's it. But I think Spence can still come back and fight good, man. I give Spence a chance against Fandora. Cause Terence Crawford is just Terence Crawford. That's all it is. If Spence really say, hey man, that weight at 154 was a problem. Okay, well I believe you then. They believe everybody else. Yeah, he does. He got some strength, man. He's pretty strong. He stays in the gym too, man. Rayo, an athlete. He stays in the gym. He was training more than anybody I seen on Instagram. From what I seen, he been training more than any other fighter this year. The only person I seen training as much as Rayo is well, as long as Rayo is Dubois. Probably Dubois. Oh yeah, absolutely. He'll get beat by Kambosos right now again. Even with Kambosos getting beat by all those guys like Haney and Lomachenko, he still have problems with Kambosos. Styles make fights. I want to see that fight too. Yeah, I know, man. I want to see a lot of people fight Boots. That's my thing. Like, I just want to see Boots face some decent guys at 47, but people trying to push Boots to 54. Like, do people understand all the fighters is at 54 right now? Now they starting to understand, oh, Madramov's not a bum. Oh, 54 is tough because Virgil Ortiz, he just, yeah, like 54 is tough, man. Like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna end up happening is they're gonna end up hyping up one of these fighters, and I'm not saying uh Boost is hyped up or nothing. Not him. I'm just saying they're gonna end up hyping up one of these fighters. The guy gonna end up going 12 rounds or something, like Crawford did against Madrimov. They're gonna call him a bum. Or the guy gonna end up getting beat by a journeyman or a guy who's low ranked outside of top 10. And they're gonna say, well, he's a bum or something. Because Boost fighting a guy like Charles Conwell right now, that's a hard fight. That'll be a hard fight to fight somebody like Charles Conwell. Like 154 is a deep division. I don't know if people know that or not. Like, this ain't Canelo at 168, where he just got Benavidez and Morrell. Nah. 154 is deep, man. You still got Boychik. You still got Brandon Adams. A lot of those guys. You got Virgil Ortiz. You got Lubin. You got Jesus Ramos. Still got Charlo, Madrimov, Fundora. You got Zeus. Still got Xander Zayas, a young guy. So in 2 or 3 years, he's still gonna be there. This ain't no easy division. Yeah, KOs hurt more. Yeah, L is a L, man. And fans don't care about losses. They just try to put it on certain fighters. I've already proven that point. See, I be doing a lot of myth busters. I just want to find out is what everybody's saying true. And history will prove it's not true. You remember the Pacquiao thing I always bring up? Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez. People still pick Pacquiao to beat Mayweather. They didn't say, oh, because Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez, he's not going to beat Mayweather. I didn't even think about that before that fight. Didn't even think about it. But fans these days, if you get knocked out, because I can say Earl Spence got beat up by Crawford. Yeah, it was different. He got beat up by Crawford, but he didn't get put to sleep the way Pacquiao got put to sleep by Marquez. That's different. So according to what everybody's saying, Earl Spence still got a chance. Because if Pacquiao can fight Mayweather after getting put to sleep, oh yeah. Because Spence, he didn't get put to sleep or nothing. He was still standing up. The referee just stopped it. Like, it wasn't to the point where he was just getting completely destroyed, but yeah, he was getting dominated. Yeah, 154 is different, PD. They don't understand that. Maybe because I've been around that weight pretty much when I was in sports, and I'm gonna just tell you, like, most of those guys at 154, they bench pressing 300 pounds. So I don't know what kind of humans people done been around in their life, but guys at 154 is bench pressing 300 pounds. These ain't no guys who are just, oh well, he weighed 154. No, these guys is lifting 300 pounds, squatting 500 pounds. Look at Madrimov. You ask Madrimov how much he lifts, he's gonna say about 300, about 500. Yeah, these guys are pretty strong. And that's in the weight room. We ain't even talking about the punches. Yeah, 154 is crazy. They don't understand that. That's why a lot of guys can't go from 47 to 54. That's why Keith Thurman is scared to go to 54. As soon as he go to 54, Tim Tszyu, he like, oh, I got an injury. So, you know how many fighters I know fought with injuries and people laughed at them? A lot of these guys don't even want to get in the ring with an injury. So that's one thing. But a lot of guys don't leave their weight class. I tried to say that about Regis Prograde. No disrespect to him, but he calling people weight bullies. He been at 140 his whole career. He started off at 47. So going up in weight, that's a good thing. It's hard to go up in weight. Canelo knows that. Oh yeah, you're right though. That's a good knockout, man. Straight motivation. That's one of my favorite knockouts. Yeah, a lot of these guys at 54 are huge, man. I'm talking about very big guys. If you go out and look at Charlo them when they walking around at these fights in the and you look at these NFL players, like these running backs or these linebackers, they about the same size as these guys. These guys is huge. You're not gonna see too many guys standing next to Charlo them and they make them look small. Like these guys are huge at 54. So Crawford, he's really fighting guys that's like bigger than him. His skeleton is nowhere near some of these guys. He shouldn't even be at these weight classes. Yeah, that was you saw it live? I seen it live. I seen that Marquez knockout live, and I seen man, that was insane. Cause Pacquiao was being aggressive. I was like, then as soon as he came close to Marquez, boom. I was like, oh, it was almost like the one last night. I'm telling you, hey PD, when that knockout last night close to that, he didn't go to sleep, but he hit that ground pretty hard. The way Lopez went down last night, man, that was a good fight, man. If y'all didn't see that Lopez and Leo fight last night, Lopez was sloppy though. Super sloppy last night. Man, I was so mad at Lopez last night. I was like, bro, you really gonna go in here like this? What's gonna happen now is Leo gonna end up fighting somebody like Anyway in a minute. I wonder how that style gonna match up. I was really looking at the styles. I'm like, is Leo style gonna be good for? Cause anyway, he's fought a lot of guys like Leo style, but I'm like, I don't know. hey, hey, the way it happened too, bro, man. The way Pacquiao fell on his arms, I'm like, whoa, this dude ain't getting up. Yeah, that was the craziest knockout I done seen probably the last 10 years. That Marquez and Pacquiao knockout. Bro, that was crazy. Now, that's probably 15 years now since then. Yeah, that might have been a fourth. That might have been a fourth time. That might have been a fourth one. I think you're right. I think it was the fourth one. Yeah, that might have been the fourth time. Yeah, that might have been the fourth time. That was a good fight though. Man, it's gonna be some very interesting news coming out these next couple of weeks, man. With these fights they're trying to line up with Crawford, with him in the mix. To be honest, I thought Crawford was gonna retire last year. I think he would have if Turkey Al-Sheikh wouldn't be around. A lot of people don't know that. They're crying about Crawford trying to fight Canelo, but he would have retired last year if Turkey Al-Sheikh wouldn't have been around because they made it so hard for him to even fight Spence. Like he got to be a businessman, an accountant, a boxer. So boxing is almost getting too hard. I mean, all you're supposed to do is go in there and fight. But now it's a whole bunch of layers going on with the business, and just kind of weird. And then the answer for everybody's answer for bad business is that, you know, you need to get better at business. You need to leave this company. He's done everything. Terence Crawford's the only boxer I know that fought on a new app that never streamed boxing before. And you got everybody out here that's a free thinker, and they want equality and freedom, and they want to take the power away from the industry and the empires, and they just want a lot of freedom in the world. People who think like that, but for some reason they thought him fighting on an app that wasn't top ranked or the zone was embarrassing for boxing. So I don't know what boxing fans want these days. He's making the sport of boxing available to more people now. I don't know, man. We're not trying to grow the sport though. I know one thing: fattening Canelo's pockets haven't grown the sport of boxing. That's one thing I do know. Fattening Canelo's pockets hasn't made the sport grow. It's only made Jake Paul grow. And talking about Terence Crawford like he's not a good fighter, that doesn't help American boxing. We don't have a lot of fighters in America right now to really talk about that we haven't talked about before. Everybody's already talked about Spence. Already talked about Charlo for years. Already talked about all these other guys like Canelo, even though he's not from here. I mean, what else do we want? We already spent time on other guys trying to market them, but the guys who's giving us the best fights right now, not really trying to make that happen. I mean, bro, I never had no problem with people when they was making videos of Spence for 3 or 4 years every day. I never had no problem. I never said, man, these guys are doing too much. Because I knew when you promote Earl Spence, you promote the sport of boxing. Because now with Earl Spence getting a bigger name, that helps people talk about Earl Spence fighting Canelo, even though they don't bring that up no more. They act like they never brought that up. But they was talking about Earl Spence fighting Canelo right after fighting Crawford. But those same people will double back around now and say, "Oh well, I need to see more. I need you to fight this guy." If Earl Spence would have beat Terence Crawford, they would have never asked Earl Spence to fight Boots. They would have had Earl Spence fight Canelo. So that's why I'm kind of like, I just see through it all now. Turkey Al-Sheikh does as well. But the difference between me and him is he has the money to actually back up what he's saying. And that's where a lot of boxers is kind of in a situation now where they got to admit, okay, I can't fight this guy right now. Or they got to come up with some excuse about size and everything else. It's funny, like boxers don't want guys to do the same thing they done. That's like Roy Jones. Like I said, if Roy Jones is in boxing right now, a lot of fans will ask him why he's moving up to heavyweight and stuff like that. A lot of weird stuff. Guys can't move up no more. We counting pounds, stuff we never done before. Bro, like even in football, like I never count how much somebody else weighed before I tackle them. Like, bro, who cares? You know what I'm saying? That's not man stuff no more. We getting away from. That's not even being a man no more. It's like, I don't know. I never heard that stuff. And you're not getting in the ring. I'm not getting in the ring taking no punches. So why would I care how much somebody weighs and stuff like that? And if you're the first boxer I actually heard say something like that before, well, that's a problem too. Because a lot of these guys I never heard talk about weight until recently. It said Bud selling 100K pay-per-views. I don't count pay-per-view numbers. I don't really be caring about none of that. I know a lot of guys who can sell pay-per-views who's trash at boxing. Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't want to get flagged. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I cover a lot of Australian fights. You know what I'm saying? So I know the market's different out there than it is out here because Tim Zoo brother, he does pay-per-views. I heard y'all complain about it a couple of months ago. Jack, you remember they was complaining about the Dylan Biggs pay-per-view? Was it Dylan Biggs? Or was it the yeah, I think it was Dylan Biggs. Was it Dylan Biggs versus Nikita Zoo on pay-per-view? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, see, they sell pay-per-views out there in Australia. They don't need a Canelo. They got Tim Zoo, little brother, right now on pay-per-view. He don't need to fight Canelo. And you got guys in America can't even get on pay-per-view right now. They got to fight on prelims. $60. Look at that. Hey, look what he said. Hey, look what Jack said. $60. They got some good fights out there too. I ain't gonna lie. Some of them Australian fights be good. Some of them guys look out of shape, but they actually have some good fights. Oh, he got 4 of them. Yeah, I know he did 2. Well, he got 2 fights this year already, so that makes. I think I've only seen what 3. I don't think I've seen all 4. I think I've seen 3 so far. I couldn't catch the first one because I didn't know it was on pay-per-view. I couldn't find it. Dang, $60 is crazy. It was a good fight though. I'm not gonna lie. That was a very good fight. The fight was so good. That's why he's still on pay-per-view. If he wasn't a good fighter, Nikita Zoo, he gonna surprise a lot of people. Hey Jack, I got a lot of flack last year for saying Nikita Zoo was ready. I didn't know he took some years off, like a year or 2 off. We took a couple of years off, so a lot of people say he wasn't ready, but he looks good though. Kind of overweight right now. Need to quit eating red meat too. You're not gonna stay on weight doing that. Yeah, I seen that. Hey Jack, I seen that. I was like, bro, that sounds like Sean Porter. I said that sounds like Sean Porter on the commentating. Yeah, he does a good job. He does a good job out there. Yeah, I heard him on the commentating. I'm like, bro, that sounds like Sean Porter. Yeah, Australia, they got some good fighters out there. They really do. Yeah, I like Australia. I like Australia's fighters, man. They got some good fighters. A lot of people told me about Avatar last year and Justice Huni. I knew about him, but I didn't know they was that good. Justice Huni, he good, but he just undersized right now. He got that same situation that Jerry Anderson got. I mean, they're good, but they need to add some muscle and some weight on before they try to get into a big fight. Yeah, they got some good fighters out there. I like Liam Paro too, man. I told everybody about Liam Paro. They got some guys out there. Yeah, he got to add some weight. He's still young. He's still young. He's still young. Yeah, he need to fight at Bridgerweight right now, or I don't know. He's too big for cruiserweight. If he goes back to cruiserweight, he's not gonna be skinny, but he's not gonna have an advantage because he don't have the. I mean, he got the power for cruiserweight, but yeah, he got a lot of speed for heavyweight. He just need a lot of power. He don't got no muscle on his body right now, and the guys he's fighting is too big. Yeah, they do, man. I think they do. I think they do. It's becoming an advantage. But to be honest with you, I mean, they've been doing it for so long, and then the boy beating Big Baby Miller, it didn't help because this was the weight difference right here. Where is it at? I still have it up here. See, Big Baby was 333, and Danny Dubois, he was 239. So with him being able to beat Big Baby, people were like, see, Big Baby did it, so he lost. So the boy was able to beat him. So they look at that and say the weight don't really matter, but they don't understand that's the boy had to go into a super mode to actually make that happen. But yeah, they do need one. I've been thinking about that. They do need one. Yeah, he only got some good speed though. He beat what's the other guy name? Andrew Tabiti. That was a good win for him. I think he beat Andrew Tabiti like last year around this time. That was a good win for him. I think he's still too big for I think he's better than the guys at cruiserweight. It took so long for him trying to put that weight on too, so but Bridgerweight is a division they probably do need to focus on. Probably, I don't know. It's a lot of guys around that weight class that walk around in boxing. Because some of these guys do put on weight, like Usyk said earlier, like he has to put on a lot of weight to actually fight that division. Oh yeah, Majumov can cause a lot of problems in the next couple of years at 154. That's one thing I seen after the fight. I was like, man, he gonna be a problem for a lot of guys. This gonna be one of the best eras of boxing ever. All Crawford got to do is fight two or three more, like two more of these young guys. It's gonna be a different era. Watch, and people might not believe that, but that's what Floyd did for Canelo. He fought Canelo and gave him an opportunity to get his name out there, and the guy lost, and people still value Canelo in boxing. Look now, he can do whatever he wants. A guy who lost to Floyd. That's how it goes. Yeah, that's how it goes, man. That's why I try not to get these young guys to say they'll just beat anybody. I never try to do that with like Teofimo, none of these guys, because I know you can go out there and have a bad performance, even with Virgil Ortiz. They still got a lot of things to prove, man. Boxing is not get a couple of knockouts against a couple of names and then that's all over with. You gotta fight a neighborhood of people. You gotta fight the whole world. It's called world champ for a reason. It's not called American champ. It's not called US champ. It's called world champion. You gotta fight the world. And another thing fans gonna learn about is just because another guy got knocked out doesn't mean you're gonna knock him out. Might have been just a bad day. But everybody don't get knocked out in boxing. But the commentator won't tell you that though, man. That's why the fans gotta learn this stuff through the fights they're seeing through their own eyes. So they can realize, okay, this is not happening the way that the commentators are saying. That's why a lot of people call fights online on YouTube. Duh. I don't know if people know that or not. The reason why people cover fights, commentate fights on YouTube is because the commentating on the fights like Showtime and all these other platforms, the Zone, it's bad, man. Definitely biased. That's why Jack just said recently they have Sean Porter come all the way over to Australia to commentate the fights. The reason why they have Sean Porter come over there because they know he's not going to be biased. They know the guys. They're not going to ask Chris Mannix to come to Australia and cover a fight. That's not gonna happen. Because when you cover a fight in Australia, they don't want guys to talk about just what Tim Tsz유's doing. They want you to talk about the other guy as well and what he's doing. So that's one thing I do appreciate. I noticed that too. I'm not just saying that either. In Australia, bro, they don't play the sides, man. They don't really play the sides. Yeah, they know Tim Tsz유's name is like the big name as far as, or his brothers, that they have the big name as far as in Australia, but they're not gonna pick one guy over the other to try to promote one fight. Because they know if a guy gets upset and ends up beating a Tim Tszyu and you've been talking about him the whole time, he can just say, hey, I'm gonna go to the zone or Matchroom and I won't fight over here no more. So that can easily happen. Even though guys over here don't do that, but don't really have much of a chance. But yeah, they don't do that a lot. I noticed that. Over here, they do it all the time. That's why a lot of boxers come over here like, why did I win? You know, I deserve to get the win. That's why Pitbull was looking like, bro, all I had to do was go 12, let my hands fly. That's why I don't know if a lot of fighters ready to go to Australia and actually fight. You got to actually win the fight. That's why Devin Haney didn't get robbed. The score wasn't crazy when he fought against Kambosos. I haven't heard anybody having problems with scores in Australia, to be honest with you. And that's real talk. Thinking about it, I know. I don't know. Maybe Zab said he had a problem. I don't know, but I didn't hear anything about that. That's probably the only fight that probably was questioned. But any other fight, as far as the score, no, I haven't heard anything. Terence Crawford, he fought. Didn't he fight Jeff Horn over there, or? Man, hold on, man, because I watched that fight, man. See, Amir Khan, that whole fight with Terence Crawford, it got me because it was close to that fight. Okay, Jeff Horn. No, it was in Vegas. Okay, I'm tripping. I'm like, nah, that fight went over there. Okay, Jeff Horn did fight in Vegas. Oh, that was the only time Jeff Horn fought in Vegas. Wow. Oh, okay. Hey, so that makes an even bigger point right now. So a big part of why Tim Tszyu is where he's at because he was able to fight a guy like Jeff Horn before he retired. Because we know Zarify ain't fought Tim Tszyu yet. But Terence Crawford fighting Jeff Horn actually helped put Tim Tszyu on the map because Tim Tszyu right after that ended up fighting Jeff Horn in his last fight. So yeah, Terence Crawford he's been playing a big part in a lot of these guys' careers without them knowing. Especially like Tim Tszyu, Madrimov, Jose Benavidez. See, what people don't notice is a lot of guys that Terence Crawford fought, they're actually making a name for themselves no matter what. Even with Jose Benavidez, right? He has 3 losses. But bro, if you look at his losses, he lost to Crawford at 140. They fought at 145. I guess it was a catch weight, 145, where they just weighed in at 145. It says welterweight. It looks kind of weird. But he fought Danny Garcia at 54. Jose Benavidez took off 3 years, came back. He fought one guy at 54. I mean at 160. Then he went back to 54. Lost to Danny Garcia on points. Then he went and fought Jamal Charlo at 60. But Jamal Charlo weighed in at 168 basically. So he fought a guy who was 8 pounds over. And Went 12 rounds with him. So a lot of these guys that Terence Crawford been fighting already, they're making a name for themselves. They have resumes. They fight tough fights. I know people say Mean Machine now, but they said Mean Machine was a bum when Crawford fought him. They thought Virgil Ortiz beating Mean Machine proved something. Just because you beat somebody else that another guy beat, that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. Yeah, even with Amir Khan, Kell Brooks, Sean Porter, yeah. It all makes sense. Now he's going into a situation where he's fighting young guys who are going to have careers after he retires. Because I'm pretty sure Majumdar is going to be around for a while. So that's one fighter that Terence Crawford helped put on the map. So he put 2 more fighters on the map. His career will be set in stone. And don't let Majumdar go out here and destroy all these fighters that's around right now. He might get better after the Crawford fight. So don't let him go out here and fight the rest of these guys. He might end up being undisputed. That's definitely where boxing's going headed at. Yeah, he is not a bum, man. PD right. Majumdar is definitely not a bum. Majumdar gonna put a lot of guys out of business. I'm glad Majumdar showed up. I needed another face at 154. Now we got Tim Tszyu, we got Majumdar. I need these guys to show up because it's a lot of people out here talking about nobody wants to fight nobody. So now, when Boots moves up to 54, I want to hear people say Majumdar is ducking Boots. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for people to say Boots, Tim Tszyu is ducking Boots. I want to hear that. Because eventually, bro, the storyline gonna have to change. The narrative's gonna have to go away. Nobody's ducking anybody, man. All these guys want to fight each other, but the fans are gonna just destroy the narratives quick. You can't really build up a fight no more because they want to tear a fighter down so fast. But just let it build up, man. It's gonna be all right, man. Trust me. But one thing I know, I'm glad Majumdar's around. I'm glad Tim Tszyu's around. I know they want to fight anybody. These guys don't need no tune-ups. Nothing. I'm telling you, it's a great day in boxing. The Virgil Ortiz fight being close like it was last night, that was a good thing for boxing. With or without the robbery, it was still a good fight. I mean, Virgil Ortiz, he don't score fights, and neither does Boychuk. But it was a good fight regardless. I think 154 is a real good division, man. I think it's one of the best divisions I've seen. I think it's better than what everybody said 147 was. And that's tough saying that, but I'm being honest. I don't think 154 ain't. I mean, 140 didn't have that many fighters like 154 does right now. Like I don't have Brandon Adams is not on here. I forgot to put Bakaram on here. Dang, I forgot to put Bakaram on here. I forgot to put Brandon Adams on here. I forgot to put Boychuk on this picture. So that's 3 guys right there. And I already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 9 guys up there already. And plus Terence Crawford. So that's basically like top 10 right there. With Terence Crawford added. So that's a way deeper division than 147 was. Then you add in Earl Spence. See, I don't think Earl Spence done like everybody else do. I don't think he done. He just got to find himself back to where he was before. He got to find some kind of motivation. I know he don't really got a box, but at the same time, you know, I'm a fan of Earl Spence. I like to see him fight. I really do. If I lost one fight, I wouldn't want nobody to tell me to retire, just to be honest. So that's the way I kind of look at things, especially with what he done in boxing. His resume is way better than Triple G's resume. No disrespect to Triple G. I'm just being honest. Earl Spence he has a resume. He didn't come into the game like most of these guys. He does have a resume. I will say that. He did go to the UK to fight Kell Brooks at a very young age. Yeah, he put in the work. Yeah, Kell Brook, Lamont Peterson, Carlos Ocampo, Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, Ugas, Dan Crawford. Yeah, he has a good resume, man. He really does, especially at 147. Got to give credit what credit due. But you know what's crazy though? With Crawford fighting Madrimov, right? And Madrimov being better than what people expected. I think for the next 4 or 5 years, people are gonna have to give Madrimov credit without even knowing it. Now they're gonna have to be like, well, Madrimov beat this guy now. It's gonna be a whole nother situation, man. People don't even know it. I can see it coming already. As soon as Madrimov get his first big win, I'm gonna be like, see, told you guys. Especially when he started beating guys worse than he did in the Crawford fight. Especially if it's a top guy, if it's a top fighter that Madrimov end up beating up and destroying, it's gonna change boxing. Yeah, 154 got some very dangerous boxers. Charles Conwell down there. I think Zayed's got a couple of years. Fundora ready right now. Lubin's ready. They said Charlo's still in the mix, so we gonna see, man. I don't know if Charlo's gonna be able to jump back in the mix and be able to hang. I don't know. I know he's still a good fighter, but gotta have the motivation, to be honest with you. After what I seen from Lopez last night, he was not motivated, man, at all. He was not motivated. He looked like he wanted that fight to be over. I said, man, Lopez gonna do me like this. I just put a decision on him. I thought Leo was gonna end up taking the fight to him though, like he did, and end up stopping him. It's crazy. That was my first thought when I thought about the fight. I said, man, Leo end up taking it to him and knocking him out. I said, but Lopez will throw the jab though. He's smart enough to throw a jab at least. I thought so. But that's a good thing that didn't happen, because if Lopez would have fought anyway like that, he would have got stopped worse and earlier. He would have definitely been put to sleep. No question. Yeah, PD, what kind of what fighters you think we got to watch out for these next couple of months, man? I think the next couple of months, I'm still looking out for. Well, actually, I like what Charles Conwell doing right now, but I think Fundora is still a threat. Gotta see how that fight goes with Spence if they still have that fight. But I think 154 is a deep division though. These ain't no journeyman type of fighters right here. It's gonna be tough. It's definitely gonna be tough. I know Oscar, he know what he got in Charles Conwell though. He gonna be a threat at 154. There was a reason why he was the co-main event last night. From 54 and probably 135 and 54 and 140. Probably those three divisions. I know everybody watching out for Abdullah Mason right now. I like Abdullah Mason right now. At 35 and 140. I don't know. I like Paro. I ain't been following Paro that long. I only found out about Paro last year around this time. So I only known him about a year. So he's still kind of new to me. at 140. At 54, I like Conwell right now. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that he think he can he's levels above Ortiz and Borchik. Yeah, I need to see that. I definitely need to see him fight a top 154 right now. If they could put him on a Saudi card, I'm pretty sure he'll show out. I'm pretty sure. I like Charles Conwell. He'll beast. Oh, PD, you gonna watch that Rosario and Jared Hurd fight on Pro Box? I can't believe they fighting on Pro Box. Jason Rosario versus Jared Hurd. It's gonna be on it's gonna be August. What, August 21st? Yeah, Rosario, man, he kind of scared me when you getting them body shots. For Jared Hurd on Pro Box, it's gonna be a good fight. Yeah, I gotta do a video to that. August 21st, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight. Yeah, it is a scrap. I'm definitely gonna watch that. I haven't seen the whole card. I hope they got a decent card put up. Yeah, that would be nice to go to, man. See a Pro Box fight. Maybe have some good fights on them cards. That's an old PBC fight right there. PBC, they still got some names they can put together, but there's a lot of guys still leaving PBC. Like Jerron Ennis. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that, bro. That's a scrap. It really is. I don't know who gonna win. Who you got winning that fight? I want to go with Hurd, man, but shoot, he ain't got no head movement. I like Jared Hurd too. Jared Hurd is straight Mexican style. He is strictly Mexican style. Then they got Resendez. I ain't know he was gonna get stopped by him. I'm like, he get stopped by him. See, when you getting see Jared Hurd ain't never been in a Mexican style fight with one of those type of guys, so kind of backfired on him. I know he had some things going on too, but that was a tough loss right there. Yeah, I know. Rosario definitely got a chance. He done been KO'd 4 times by Mendoza, Lubin. He only been knocked out by elite fighters though. Nathaniel Gallimore, Charlo, Lubin, and Mendoza. Yeah, he still ain't no pushover though, to be honest with you. That don't really matter. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the knockdowns don't really matter to me. Man, he's still 29 years old. That's crazy. He's still 29 years old. Yeah, he took some tough fights, man. That's why he took a break. Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight. Probot's putting on some good fights now. They putting on some real good fights. Shoot, Angelo Leo just fought on Pro Box recently. Did a good job fighting on Pro Box too. Then went to ESPN and got the upset. That's crazy. Is that the biggest upset so far this year? I don't know. Could be, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's why I said I gotta go back and watch the fight, man. DJ, I ain't really I kind of felt like that at first I was like, Bullcheck, man, he won that fight. Then I felt like it was a draw. But then I felt like, because I said the same thing when Devin Haney fought Ryan Garcia. When he had them knockdowns, I was like, but Devin Haney was winning it almost every round though. And Ryan Garcia had a point taken away, so I was like, that makes the fight super close. Like, I know it's hard to get past 3 knockdowns, but when you have a point taken away, kind of makes the fight close. So yeah, I felt like that a couple times in fights. So yeah, I gotta agree with you on that. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, man. It was a close fight. Could have went either way, to be honest with you. Even with the knockdowns, it could have went either way. I'm a boxing fan first, so I like to fight regardless. If Boychek won or Virgil Ortiz. But I heard they're gonna try to figure things out and fix the situation. Try to do a rematch. So that's a good thing. But it was a good fight to me, man. I just gotta go back and watch it again. I felt like Virgil Ortiz was doing a lot in the middle rounds and the late rounds after he got knocked down. He tried to go for the knockout on Boychek, and he was being aggressive. Boychek did not want that those last couple of rounds. That's what I did notice. Those last couple of rounds, he wanted them, but not like Ortiz did. Ortiz definitely wasn't gonna get stopped. But yeah, he got knocked down a couple of times. It was a very good fight, man. We gotta learn how to start scoring fights like that. I think a lot of people get confused by knockdowns sometimes without the boxing. I mean, the knockdowns do matter, but the boxing also matters as well. The boxing matters as well, and that's what all fights. But you know, and Virgil Ortiz, if he doesn't get questioned as far as getting knocked down a couple of times, that'll be the first time I've seen fans not question nobody though who got knocked down a couple of times. But as far as him not boxing, nah, I felt like he was boxing well in the fight, but just kept getting knocked down. His defense was kind of lacking. I think he was a little too aggressive, wasn't using the jab. His distance was kind of terrible. Cause I think Boychuk got a reach advantage on him, I think. So I think his distance was kind of terrible. He was standing right at the end of Boychuk's punches. Should have been a little closer than what he was. Like the last 3 rounds is kind of how he should have fought early in the fight, but yeah, his reach is 70 and Boychuk reaches 73. 6 foot, yeah. So yeah, he got the advantages all the way around. Yeah, he was just standing at the end of his punches too much. That's why his face was so damaged. Standing at the end of that jab caused a lot of issues for Ortiz. He tried to get closer later in the fight. It worked, but It's only so much you can do after the knockdowns. I felt like he could have got a knockdown, but his nose started bleeding. He kind of messed his face up actually trying to get the knockout. He took more damage when he was walking forward the last 3 rounds than he did in the middle rounds. Cause Bullchip was like, oh, he just walking forward. Let me just doom. So he wasn't really trying to chase Ortiz no more. Yeah, it was a very good fight though. A lot of these fights are close, man. They really are. They really are. I think the commentating though, it messes up things though. Like when they commentate on certain fights and they make the knockdown seem like they're impossible to come back from, or some fights where they do make it seem like it's possible to come back from, then it start to confuse the fans because some fans will be like, well, in this fight, it was the same way, but they saying that Ortiz is losing in this fight. But other fights, I've seen guys get knocked down twice, get up and win. So yeah, I can understand why people are getting confused, but that's what the commentating does. That's why it's there. Commentating, it confuses you, has you seeing things you're not really seeing. But yeah, I didn't notice he got dropped in the first round. I'm sitting here watching the whole time. I'm like, I must have missed whatever that period was. I must have looked away because I did have 2 fights on at the same time. Yeah, in my mind, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that guard was weak. He was in good shape in the fight though, for somebody who didn't fight a lot in the last couple of months or last couple of years. He was in good shape. I didn't like that he didn't jab as much. Um, that was a problem. I didn't like that he was super aggressive in the first couple of rounds. He probably needed more of a fill out round to try to see what was going on, but I think he was too aggressive on a guy, especially a guy he's already sparred before. And then he has the advantage. He's been more active lately, so I think Virgil Ortiz started way too fast. That's my biggest criticism. He started way too fast, especially for a guy with his circumstances. Then you're new to the division at 154, so should have took his time a little bit. If anything, I know if he had to fight all over again, he'll probably say I should have took my time. I shouldn't have rushed. Should have jabbed more. Cause he really got set up with a jab. That's how he got knocked down. He was worried about the jab, and then Boychuk just went across, boom, and dropped him. And he's still looking at the jab hand. Yeah, I saw that too. That was weird. I noticed that too. The way they were scoring the fight, I'm like, bro, come on now. Yeah, I seen that too. We was talking about that earlier. The scoring was, man, it was abysmal, dog. That was one. They gotta get better on that scoring. They need another guy to do the score, man. I don't know if that was Mannix doing the score last night, but they didn't do a better score now. Because a lot of people go by that score when they're watching the fight. And it's always tied around the 10th round, ninth round is always a tie. So that confuses a lot of people. They think the fight is actually tied up around that time, even after the fight. Sometimes people think that's a real score. Yeah, it was a good fight though, man. It was definitely a good fight. I would like to see a rematch. I definitely could see a rematch in that fight. I mean, nobody else trying to fight each other right now, so that's the way I see things. A lot of these guys not even fighting each other. I'd love to see that rematch. But I gotta go back and watch that fight again, man. I really didn't. Like last week, I was able to. DJ Rush, when we seen that Crawford fight last week, I kind of seen everything the first time, but in this fight, I was like, didn't know really what was going on overall. Like the knockdowns, I had to go and see the second knockdown. It happened so fast. It was a clean knockdown though. Had a lot of power behind it too. That knockdown Boychuk put on Virgil Ortiz, the second one. There was a lot of power behind that punch. It was definitely a lot of power behind that punch. I mean, it possibly is a robbery, bro. I ain't gonna count to you. Possibly is a robbery. He got walked down about 3 or 4 rounds, 2 knockdowns. Possible robbery. I ain't gonna lie. Possibly is. No, well, hold on. Let me say this though. Not a robbery. I would say it was a close fight. I know what you're saying. Not a robbery, but Boychuk possibly had won that fight. Because I'm gonna be real with you. Most fights that go where a guy, like the only fight I've actually seen where a guy got knocked down twice and he still won. Under those kind of circumstances, it's like when Tyson Fury won. That's why it was such a big deal to people that he actually won. But nobody's actually won like getting knocked down twice and getting outboxed at least half of the rounds. So I would say, yeah, Ortiz possibly lost, but not a robbery. That was a close fight. I still think Ortiz had a chance to win that fight. So, but I've said that all the time when certain guys get knocked down twice and they box well. So I've seen other guys box just like Ortiz get knocked down twice, and I've always said that I thought those guys had a chance to win. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Like PD just said, I thought Marquez might have won the first fight when he got dropped 3 times. Yeah, a lot of guys can get dropped 2 or 3 times and still win a fight, but a lot of people don't know that though. They like try to judge certain fights to where that's why they say Ortiz got robbed. But a lot of people don't know, man. You can get dropped 2 or 3 times, but it's almost like a UFC, bro. Like in UFC, you see guys get dropped multiple times in UFC, but they don't really count score the knockdowns in UFC. You understand what I'm saying? Even though this is boxing, but like people know the difference between a flash knockdown and somebody getting like knocked out. Like in UFC, when a guy gets dropped with one punch and he gets knocked out and he wakes up and he still makes the 12 rounds, people know that he was getting destroyed. But if a guy's getting dropped like multiple times, they just know he don't got no chin and he keep getting dropped. Yeah, it's a flash knockdown. They know that though. And people and MMA is a new sport. That's how I know people know how to score fights. So yeah, DJ Rush right about the robbery thing. People know how to score fights. They know it's a close fight. But I wouldn't want to say a robbery, but Ortiz possibly could have lost that fight or possibly did lose that fight. Yeah, I believe that. But at the same time, it's like usually I don't go with the guy who got knocked down twice. I usually don't. But in this case right now, I seen what he was doing in the fight. I just got to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? I seen what he was doing in the fight to actually be able to possibly win that fight. That's why I was so upset when Wilder knocked down Fury twice. I'm like, I don't know, dog. I don't know how people scoring fights now. Because I'll tell you right now, DJ Rush, most of the people that's saying that Ortiz, Rob Boychek, they the same guys who picked Tyson Fury when Wilder knocked them down 2 or 3 times. So a lot of these people are lying about boxing. A lot of these people just want to talk about robberies every Saturday. That's what boxing is to them. They want to talk about robberies and who ducking. They don't want to talk about nothing about the jab, nothing about the strategies in the fight. All they want to talk about is somebody ducking and somebody got robbed yesterday, and none of them watched the fight. None of these people actually watch the fight when these guys are getting robbed. They actually just watch the highlights, or they'll go to Twitter or they online and see everybody saying so and so got robbed. Then they'll go to online and say, "Hey, that guy got robbed, man." Da, da, da. So that's all you really seeing. A lot of people don't care about robberies. I seen O'Shaquie Foster get robbed in a real robbery. That was a real robbery, and none of these guys jumped out here making videos. So, it's a non-issue. By the time Monday hit, they'll forget about it. Matter of fact, by the time Boychek and Ortiz fight again, they won't even remember that these guys, whoever got robbed, they won't even remember what happened. They'll move on by then. Yeah, but you already know what time it is. Nah, but I'm saying though, hey, Tyson Fury got dropped twice. And what happened? PD, Tyson Fury got dropped twice, and what happened? They gave that man a fight. Cause that draw they gave him, that was not a draw. That was not a draw. I felt like Devin Haney had won a lot of rounds against Ryan Garcia. If you go back and look at the fight against Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, it was the same way Virgil Ortiz fight was, except Devin Haney was landing way more punches than what Virgil Ortiz was landing last night. But all people remember is Devin Haney was holding on to Ryan Garcia. And why would a guy who got knocked out not hold on to an opponent? Don't. No, I'm talking about the first fight, PD. I'm talking about the first fight when Wilder dropped Tyson Fury twice. And it was a draw. You remember the first fight when Wilder dropped Tyson Fury down twice? I mean, when Wilder dropped Tyson Fury twice, and they gave him a draw. Let's see what the score is. Cause let me see. Hold on. Cause with 9, so you get 8, 8. Yeah. No, that one. Hey, what was that? The third fight? That was the. Shit, he got a long count in the third fight too, PD. Shoot, hey PD, I ain't gonna lie, that third fight count. You know, by the end, bro, I ain't really care about arguing about Wilder no more as far as the knockdown. But the third fight, I think that count was actually longer than the first fight, because when Tyson Fury was on the ground, the referee ran across the ring to Wilder and said, "Go to the other side, go to the other side, go to the other side." And Wilder just tiptoed over there because, you know, he was already like out of it because he got knocked down twice, and he was already out of it. And then so he runs to the other side. Then the referee started counting. I'm like, whoa. Then I'm gonna tell you something else too. If you go back, Tyson Fury did this in the Ngannou fight. When Anthony Joshua did this, they waved off the fight. When Tyson Fury got knocked down against Ngannou, he went across the ring and he put his hands on the ropes. He put his elbows on the ropes against Ngannou. when you do that as a boxer, because they say, let me see your gloves, give me your gloves. So he goes over there and leans on the ropes. They were supposed to call the fight right then. They didn't call the fight. If you go back to Anthony Joshua when he fought Andrew Ruiz, he did the same thing that Tyson Fury did. They called the fight off. As soon as Joshua put his elbows on it, it was like, no, you're done. You're done. Joshua was like, what? How you gonna call the fight? Yeah, they be drunk, PD. PD, they be drunk, man. On the weekend when they watch these fights, they be drunk. They be drunk. They don't be sober when they watch these fights. I realize that now. Oh yeah, he was definitely done. He was still standing up though. He was done though. He was ready to tap out. But but Fury did the same thing. I'm like, man, come on, man. Y'all letting this guy lean on the ropes. But if you go back and look, that dude was leaning on the ropes, man. I ain't realized it till like the third time I seen it. I said, Fury was leaning on the ropes against Ngannou. I said, oh no, they're supposed to call that. He can't do that. I'm like, wow. But yeah, Joshua was done though. PD, you right though. A lot of these guys be drunk on the weekend when they watch these fights. I'm like, man, I can't believe these guys saying that. But it still makes interesting talk for boxing. You know, I like when guys say different things, especially when DJ come here. DJ know a lot about boxing. Oh, he said, who do I have winning versus? My bad, I ain't see your question, dog. But if Ortiz, I still got Bud winning. I still got Bud winning. I still got Bud winning. I think Ortiz and Boots is more of a better matchup. I've been saying that for years. I always felt like Boots and Ortiz is a better matchup than Terence Crawford and Boots. I just think Terence Crawford got the experience on Boots. If him and Boots was the same age, then yeah, you know. But I just don't think Boots got the experience. That's all it is. Even Madrimov, he has the experience. He's a couple of years older than Boots. He don't have the fights that Boots has. But he's been in the amateurs enough to understand that if anybody knows anything about Lomachenko and Usyk, you know, a lot of people say that amateurs don't matter, but as soon as they start talking about Lomachenko, they're talking about the amateurs all day. Well, Lomachenko has 300 and some fights. Well, Madrimov does too. You know what I'm saying? So I think Boots just need the experience. Ortiz does too. Because Boacek is considered not the toughest guy at 54. So for him to be able to have a tough fight against him, that means you got work to be done. You know what I'm saying? If Crawford would have got knocked around like Virgil Ortiz did last night, nobody would sit up here and be saying Crawford is anything. They wouldn't even they would say Crawford need to go back to 147. So Virgil Ortiz need to be able to start dominating at 154 before he start going around and trying to make other big fights, because it's a lot of guys at 54 right now that can be a lot of guys. Anybody at 54 can lose right now. This ain't no regular division. This ain't 135 with Tank and Shakur and all those guys. These guys right here at 154, like, they're not, all these guys ain't millionaires. They don't got no sponsor deals. A lot of these guys is like, this is backyard. This is like Kimbo Slice in the backyard type stuff. Like, they're not getting anything easy. It's gonna be a hard division though. Like, Ortiz gonna have a hard time, man. He gonna have a hard time in 154. He really is. It's not gonna be any easy fights for him, which is a good thing. He gonna always be in a big fight, but if he don't use a jab, he's not gonna last. Right now, Ortiz is one-dimensional without that jab. Yeah, he had a tough fight. He almost stopped bullshit last night, but I know that. But I can't sit up here and explain to everybody else that the last 3 rounds, that's the reason why both of y'all went to the hospital last night. But you know, the fans, they're just gonna look at it and see those knockdowns. You know how it goes. And that's the standard right now. So I can't really change it. But what I can do is keep it real about what I seen. And Ortiz, He has a chance. That was one of his first tough fights at 54. I mean, they caught him at the wrong time. That's a good question. That's an excellent question. I'd rather go to the Mexican system. I'm gonna tell you why. I'd rather go to the Mexican system because you're not gonna put your body through the same thing that you would with those 300 amateur fights. With that Mexican system, you're gonna be able to fight different styles, and you're gonna still get that pro experience. It's all like when Devin Haney did it. I seen him do it because he was putting his fights on YouTube, and I was like, bro, I don't understand this. You know what I'm saying? But after a while, I was like, oh, I do understand it. So I kind of like what Shakur Stevenson was doing because Shakur, he was going to Olympics, but Devin Haney was too young. But Lomachenko did the 300 fight thing. I know Usyk has, so it works out. But you're still gonna be fighting later on in your career. Like now, Usyk is what 37, Loma is 36. They're just now starting to get into the stride of their career. So if you want to see those fights like Canelo has, and even Pitbull came up like that because Pitbull only 25 years old, so they kind of prepared Pitbull kind of early. Me personally, I think his dad training him kind of stunted his growth the last 2 or 3 years. I think he need another hand to come in, but like Eric Morales is doing with Munguia right now. Because when Munguia is working with Eric Morales, he look good, but when he's working with these other guys like Freddie Roach, I mean he's decent, but he's not letting his hands fly like that. He did jab well with Freddie Roach though, but with Eric Morales, I think he can brawl a little bit better than what he does boxing like he did against Canelo. So I'll definitely go with the Mexican system. Hey, that's a good question, bro. I'm probably turn that into a video. That's a very good question. That's probably one of the best questions I ever heard somebody ask me. Yeah, that's a very good question. I was thinking about that the other day because what's the guy's name? Julio Cesar Martinez. He fought Pitbull in the Mexican system, so they do a good job having all those guys fight different kind of styles and everything. Like Canelo was. Canelo was prepared before he came up here. Munguia, a lot of those guys. What's the other guy name that beat Robeisy Ramirez? Rafael Espinoza. He's another one too. Espinoza, he hasn't fought really any big time guys outside of Mexico until Robeisy Ramirez. That's when I started noticing. I was like, whoa, this Mexican system is kind of decent. My bad. I was talking about Daniel Dubois. Oh my bad. Appreciate that. I was talking about Daniel Dubois. he's taking those fights as far as at the age of 26. He was fighting a guy like Hergovic and Big Baby Miller, but at 25 when he fought Usyk, that was a negative against him. You know, they kind of appreciate that, PD and Altina. Yeah, that was a negative against Daniel Dubois for fighting Usyk at 25. But the fact that he beat Big Baby Miller and Hergovic, now it's a positive. But if he would have lost his last 3 fights, they'll be looking at him like a bum right now. So that's the kind of risk you got to take when you're in that Mexican system. You got to take those early fights. I'll say the UK system is kind of like that, but I'm gonna be honest with you. In the UK system, they kind of move those guys a little bit fast after like four or 5 fights. They start moving them guys pretty fast. So I would say the Mexican system, because they take their time a little bit. You're still young when you actually go pro. You're pro, but I'm talking about like, you know, television and everything else. But yeah, their system is a lot better. But with Daniel Dubois, it works out. That's when it does work out. But a lot of people don't realize these guys are young when they do it. He was only 25 fighting Usyk, so it's a positive sometimes, but it can be a negative taking that risk in fighting young like that in a professional age. A couple of losses will actually be a big setback these days. That's why I never gave him any kind of problems, because got to realize these guys are still young. They're younger than I am, so definitely know they're young. Yeah, another I'm gonna tell you the quickest way you can go pro right now in boxing. The quickest way you can go pro right now in boxing is go to Australia. You go to Australia and box right now, that'll be the quickest way you go pro. Guaranteed. I'm talking about on television. Guaranteed. That'll be the quickest way you go pro right now. And I'm not joking. I say you go over there now, in 2 years, you'll be on the app somewhere fighting. They push guys through their pro system quick. Like if you can fight, they'll put you in a ring with somebody, like a big name over there, and let you prove yourself. I've seen it before. But yeah, you're right. At 20 years old, yeah, you can do that. Fight in Mexico. That'll be your best choice to fight in Mexico right now. At 20 years old, you're already 20. Yeah, that can definitely work out. I think that's I think that'll be a good decision. Mexico is the best place you can go to actually start a professional career. That's how Tank got them fights down there in Mexico. To be honest, all you gotta do is go on some of these guys' resumes. Go on some of these guys' resumes and just figure out where they fought at in their careers and see if you can get some fights in the same kind of places. Or call them up. I know a lot of these guys fight in casinos and everything else in Mexico. So you can definitely go pro pretty quick over there. Mexico and Australia. Anywhere else, you need a promoter. But those places, you can definitely make something happen. But yeah, you're right about that though. That's the best I've seen as far as the amateur fights. 300 amateur fights it's good and everything, but you're gonna be 36, 37, and people are gonna ask you to fight Tank, and I want to see you fight Fury. That's why Usyk and Lomachenko are so up in their career right now, because they started late. They got the experience and the technique and everything, but it's kind of hard to squeeze all those fights in on your resume so quickly. That's why Usyk want to go back to cruiserweight, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's a good that was a good question, man. 300 amateur fights on the Mexican system. I've learned that the Mexican system is the best system to go through right now. I seen it with Rafael Espinoza before he fought Robeisy Ramirez. Fought none but Mexicans. And I was watching the tape on him, and I said, man, I don't know why, bro, but this Rafael Espinoza guy, he is a problem. He throws a good jab. He has power. I think he got almost 100% knockout rate. I was like, he's a pretty good fighter, man. That's when I realized Mexican system is definitely up there. You don't really need 300 amateur fights. Like, even when I saw Devin Haney fighting in the Mexican system, I thought that he was, I don't know. I thought it was like, I didn't know if it was going to be the same as far as fighting other guys to prepare yourself, but it helped him out a lot, man. He actually advanced pretty fast fighting those guys. Because if you look back, some of the guys that he knocked out early in his career, a lot of guys couldn't knock out. Especially in Espinoza the same way. Like the guy Sanchez he just knocked out, Sergio Sanchez, he was like one of the top guys in Mexico. The only person that stopped him was Mauricio Lara. So it's some tough fights out there. Yeah, that's definitely the best way to go, though. A lot of people don't think about that. Because, it's not like it was in the 90s where a lot of these guys were in the Olympics and Team USA and a lot of tournaments. It don't seem like it's as many boxing tournaments these days as it used to be. A lot of people don't like putting their kids in boxing, too. That's why a lot of boxers don't put their kids in boxing. It's only a couple that do it, like Evander, the ones we know, Sphinx. Yeah, like Corey Sphinx was in the pro, so it's only a couple of guys that do it, but mostly they try to keep their kids away from boxing. Tim Zoo's dad does it. He doesn't really like be directly over them, but he'll assist in a lot of things they need and give them knowledge. He definitely helps, but yeah, sport of boxing changing though. As a pro though, I would definitely go through Mexico. Definitely would. But Australia is the quickest way to get where you need to go though, to be honest. They'll give anybody a chance to go pro over there. Not just anybody, but people who actually serious about boxing. That's why Pitbull is so prepared when he came out of Mexico, because he had a lot of fights he had out there that a lot of guys just wasn't taking. Then he came over here and took the hard fights as soon as he came over here. So I've seen a lot of guys get prepared over there before coming over here. But Espinoza, he definitely one of the best ones to look at. Yeah, because Eastside Cruz didn't start coming over here and fighting until 2019. All his fights was in Mexico. He fought Perez, he fought Matisse, he fought Magdaleno as soon as he got over here. That was his first 3 fights. Yeah, so Pitbull, he just got to get back to his old style, man. He fought Matisse, Magdaleno, Perez, Romero, then Francisco Vargas. Tough fights, man. That's one thing I give Pitbull credit for. He always taking a tough fight. But that Mexican system and definitely prepared him. Because as soon as he came over here, he started taking hard fights. Yeah, I seen him and Espinoza do that. I didn't notice that either. That's a whole video I can do. Yeah, as soon as I seen him and Espinoza, like Espinoza was a guy, just didn't know, man. I was like, man, he looks like a very good boxer. I just don't know none of the guys he's fighting, man. That's how I felt about that Australian system too. Like Australian system, I had to trust the Australian system to actually pick Cambosis against Teofimo. And then when like Paro was fighting Matias, I had to trust that system they got over there. Because a lot of people think that boxing is worse overseas and everything. It's not like that. I think boxing is more of an even playing field than basketball is. You know how they say basketball over the world, now everybody's caught up. Nah, I was saying boxing, everybody's caught up. Anybody can be beat in boxing. That's a fact. I think anybody can be beat. It's been proven and shown, but it's shown a lot more this year. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm definitely appreciating what's going on as far as boxing this year. I just wanted more 50-50 fights. It's not all the fights I asked for, but it's better than what I've seen the last 5 years. Kind of happy about that. I'm not really caring about which promoter does what. I kind of stopped thinking about that like 5 years ago. I thought that became a problem. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be some good fights coming on though. Let me see what comes on next week as far as the fights. They don't have much coming up. I see they have Canelo on the 14th. Let me see another website. Oh yeah, you got and Billy coming up next weekend with Dervinchenko. Then 2 weeks after that, they have Inouye. Boston's gonna be slowing down a little bit, but September's gonna be loaded. They got Inouye, Canelo, Munguia, Joshua, and Dubois. Then they got that Hrgovic fight. Not Hrgovic, but Beterbiev and Bivol fight. I'm probably do something for that soon too. We got some good fights coming up, man. They definitely got some good fights coming up. These are fights I've been waiting on. What a lot of people don't know is right now, like when Turkey Al-Sheikh gets done putting together like some of these fights, he's not gonna be around long. He gonna do like a couple of fights you want to see with certain fighters and certain divisions, and then he's gonna move on. He's not gonna be around a long time. It's more so these promoters that want to do rematches and stuff. I don't think Turkey Al-Sheikh is putting rematches in contracts. I'm pretty sure he would want Usyk and Fury to fight one time. I know he would probably want Beterbiev and Bivol to fight one time. So I don't think he's recommending these rematches, but a lot of people are putting them in. It's kind of slowing everything down, to be honest with you. It's kind of slowing things down. But we definitely gonna see how they're gonna start scoring fights now, man. Commentating gotta get better. These young kids gotta find out how to score a fight. Right now, if I'm a young kid watching boxing, I don't know where to go to learn how to score a fight. That's the one problem in boxing right now. We have young kids that's learning boxing every day. They're getting interested in boxing. They want to watch it. They're learning about new fighters. You have Jake Paul running around. They don't know what a jab is. So they want to know about boxing. And they're not learning it because people are using these personal vendettas and agendas against certain things. And we're not teaching the sport of boxing no more. That's what the kids are really lacking right now. We have a lot of generations of boxers that don't know about boxing. Like if Muhammad Ali was boxing right now and he was doing the rope a dope and everything else, they'll say Muhammad Ali is getting destroyed and he's a bum. If Muhammad Ali was fighting in 2024 All the boxing fans will say that Muhammad Ali is a bum, and all he does is get beat up, and all he does is get dropped. The man has been dropped multiple times, and they don't even know why Muhammad Ali is the greatest. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know why people say that. They're like, oh, he's lost before. He's been dropped. It's not the reason why people say that. The reason why they say that is because he fights anybody at any time. He can be off for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. He fights anybody. I've been trying to tell people that. It's just a reputation in boxing you just have after a while. You fight anybody. That's why it's funny when people question who Terence Crawford is fighting, because it's like, this man is 36 years old and you still think he's trying to fight a bum? That's kind of actually embarrassing for the sport. You know what I'm saying? When people say, oh, he's a bum. But then they'll get out here and be like, well, you know, Berlanga, he's done this and this. No. Berlanga has done nothing that Terence Crawford has done. If we can take up for Berlanga, we can take up for Terence Crawford. Absolutely. But yeah, it's a lot of kids that don't know how to score fights, though. That's why when Pitbull does certain things in a fight, they don't know what he's doing. A lot of people don't know that Canelo was throwing a jab against Munguia. So I think in boxing, we're getting away from actually talking about the sport and people talking about more so business. I don't want to talk about business too much. That's why I try to like do little videos here and there, but I'll probably do some like boxing videos, like some real breakdowns probably soon. I'll put like a jab video out, like guys who have some of the best jabs. That'll be a good video. Because a lot of people, they look at Inoue fight and they think that he just has power, but most of his knockouts come from the jab. He's setting guys up with the right hand using the jab throughout most of the fight. That's how he was able to get the knockout on Stephen Fulton. So it wasn't like he was just in there trying to throw power punches. Now, if he didn't have a jab, he probably would have been knocked out already. Especially the way he got dropped in that last fight. Yeah. Man. It's crazy. It's crazy the things I be seeing about certain boxers these days. It's crazy how Canelo is just, bro. I know what Canelo has done for the sport, bro. I knew who Canelo was before he had a pay-per-view, but it's crazy how people go out of their way to just hold back the sport of boxing just so Canelo can choose who he wants to fight. Like no mandatories. That's why when people get on my channel, they be like, "Do you know who the WBA or the WBC?" So like, who cares, bro? Canelo ain't finna fight the mandatory. Why should I care about a mandatory that Canelo is not finna fight? That's why when people talk about the interns and it really doesn't matter. These days, these guys are gonna fight whoever they want to fight. Just follow the money. The guy with the money who makes the most money, he can do whatever he wants. And does it help the sport of boxing? To be honest with you, no. No, not really. They would try to make it seem like the guys who get the most money now are helping the sport of boxing, but not really. Canelo's been making a lot of money for the past 10 years. And we still need Turkey Al-Sheikh to come in. And we still need Jake Paul for some. And people say we don't need Jake Paul in boxing. From what I seen, the Zone look like they need Jake Paul. Amanda Serrano look like she need Jake Paul because for some reason everybody say Jake Paul a bum, but then he acting like he got to save Amanda Serrano because boxing's so bad and they don't help women boxing. But then people will turn around and say, well, boxing is in a good place. I think Turkey Al-Sheikh is destroying it. Why y'all don't feel that same way about Jake Paul? Y'all can't find nobody else to help Amanda Serrano out? That's how he be getting over on people. They'll be like, Jake Paul, you ain't doing nothing for the sport of boxing. Well, I'm helping manage Toronto. Where was you guys at? Well, you're right. You're right. And he's right. He's definitely right. At this time right now, Jake Paul is helping more Mexican fighters than Canelo is. Just a fact, man. Mexican boxing is not in a better place right now because of Canelo. Actually, the person who's helping Mexican boxing right now more than Canelo is actually Tank. Because Isaac Cruz was a big deal just a while ago for actually fighting Tank. So, yeah, he gets credit for that. He gets credit for that. That's what people don't understand. Even Tank is helping out Mexican fighters by fighting Isaac Cruz. A lot of people don't look at Munguia the same way they look at Isaac Cruz. It's just a fact. It's not the same effect. That's why I get kind of confused when people get mad at Tank. They'll say, "Oh, Tank's not fighting anybody," but then they'll say Isaac Cruz is a very good fighter. I like Isaac Cruz. I think he's a beast. I think he'll knock out so and so and so and so. I'm like, wow. I thought Tank don't fight nobody. But then they'll say, man, Floyd was just cherry picking all those years and he ain't fight this guy and that guy. But then they'll say Canelo is the face of boxing because of this, this, and this. I'm like, wow, I thought Floyd didn't fight nobody. It's funny how Floyd and Tank didn't fight nobody, but as soon as they fight someone, that becomes their favorite fighter. That wasn't everybody's favorite fighter until Floyd beat Canelo. Isaac Cruz wasn't everybody's favorite fighter until Tank beat him. So I'm trying to figure out why people are getting certain favorite fighters now out of nowhere. But yeah, he's not contributing to boxing, man, right now, and people don't understand that. Canelo has helped out Kazakhstan, where Triple G is from. He put Kazakhstan on the map, and now they're known for boxing through Triple G, but he hasn't really done anything for Mexico. What did Mexico get from him fighting Munguia? Nothing. I mean, a couple of them know who Munguia is now, but it's not like they feel like the same way they do about Canelo as they do Munguia. I feel like Zerto doing more than all them guys is right now. He the one who just got to build a cruiserweight and fought Bivol and moved up. To be honest with you, Zerto is the guy who's actually doing a lot for the Mexicans right now in boxing. But yeah, I don't think Canelo's actually pushing the sport forward, man. He don't understand what he needs to be doing right now. He really doesn't. That's why I say Floyd, to be honest with you, Floyd ain't really fighting nobody. Like, what people don't understand is we gave Floyd a lot of crap for not fighting a lot of American fighters back then. That's just what happened. And if you look back, Floyd fighting Canelo was a waste of time. It was. The only people that like watching that kind of fight is people that just want to see Canelo in the ring with Floyd. It wasn't a fight that was, we just had to have it. You know, it wasn't like that. It really wasn't. You can go back in history and put another name instead of Canelo, you probably would replace that fight. But it wasn't a big fight to me at the time. It ain't a big fight now. Looked like a sparring session. Then you have people say that Floyd was running in that fight. So the fact that I hear people say Floyd was running in the fight with Canelo, when I watched the fight live, and you can watch it now, he's not running. He's barely even sweating. And I guess if Crawford do the same thing, they're going to say he's running. So that fight probably a waste of time in my eyes. If I was Crawford, I wouldn't even fight Canelo right now because it's already excuses before you even get in the ring. He's already. And the thing what's crazy is people are saying, wow, why don't Crawford fight his mandatory Boots? Boots is his mandatory. So why don't he fight his mandatory? Why don't Canelo has 2 mandatories? He had Morrell and he had Benavidez. Why does Crawford has to be the only fighter that fights mandatories? And that's gonna be a video too. I'm gonna write that down. Y'all hear that? Y'all see that later on today. Why does Crawford have to be the only fighter that fights mandatories at 36 years old as an old man? That's why I said, like, the sanctioning bodies and stuff, I don't really pay that stuff attention. I never have. Because they're not going to be there to enforce no mandatories. The only person that put the fights together are the fighters and the promoters. Sanctioning bodies are just there to just be there. But at this point right now, Canelo doesn't have to face his mandatories. This is stuff that no other boxer in history has done. I know he's the franchise champion. I guess if he still has that belt, then yeah, he doesn't have to fight his mandatories. But I don't think other boxers should have to either, especially guys who are moving up in weight. If you're going up 2 or 3 weight classes, why would you have to stay at 147 to fight a mandatory? Unless people think that Boots is better than Tim Tszyu, Erickson Lubin, Virgil Ortiz, Fundora, Canelo, Madrimov, Charlo. If they think that Boots is better than that guy, yeah, Crawford does need to fight Boots. Absolutely. If Boots is better than Virgil Ortiz, Tim Tszyu, Fundora, Madrimov, Charlo, Charles Conwell, yeah, Crawford need to fight Boots right now. But I haven't heard people say that though, so that's why I don't beg for the fight. I have to literally hear people say that Boots will beat Charlo, Fundora, Tim Tszyu. I haven't heard people say that because they don't want to upset the fans. But if they really believed in Boots the way they say they do, I would call out all these guys at 54. I mean, they already been saying, let me tell you the weird thing people been saying over the years. They were saying that Charlo and Spence should fight each other. All these guys on this picture been at 54 for all these years. But they've been saying, yeah, I like to see Charlo and Spence fight each other. What about these other guys? Why don't Spence fight Virgil Ortiz or Boots? Or what if Charlo fight one of these guys? No, I want to see them fight each other. That's terrible. Oh yeah, absolutely. I would too. I definitely would. He should have never left. Man, to be honest with you, Charlo could have got more money if he would have waited. I'm telling you, if Charlo would have waited instead of fighting Canelo first, he would have got more money. Because he could have fought Baccaram, then he could have fought Tim Tszyu. That would have been a money fight. Then he could have turned around, fought Crawford. Or he could have did this. He could have fought Canelo because you just fought 2 of your mandatories, so you still got the belts at 154. Go ahead and fight Canelo. That would have been a possible Saudi fight or whatever. Still could have had that fight at 168. Then turn back around, and he would have been fighting Crawford right now at 154 for all the belts. Instead of breaking them up and everything else, just fight your mandatories, man. Like Charlo caused all these problems, man. And I like Charlo, but at the same time, I gotta keep it real. He caused all these problems. All he had to do was fight Tim Tszyu and the Baccaram guy. And he could have still fight Canelo. Canelo fighting Berlanga right now. Like, bro, you would have still had a chance. Unless you think Berlanga just that important over what you had going on. Charlo would have still had a chance. He already had a loss, so that one, if you would have lost again, I don't think Canelo would have cared about that. He just want to put a world champion on his resume. Nah, it ain't over for Tim Tszyu. He's still taking hard fights. That's just like me saying it's over for Pitbull. I don't think it's over for Pitbull, but I think people need to hold their horses on calling people bums and all this guy gonna watch this guy and everything else. No, I think Pitbull a good fighter, but to say he gonna watch like a whole division, no, I don't think so. No, I think Pitbull just fought the wrong fight, but he still could fight. No, I think he's a good fighter. I think Tim Tszyu's still a good fighter if he loses. 2 or 3 losses don't mean nothing to me, especially if you fighting tough guys like Boychuk. What that would be his second loss last night. I don't really care. I think he still beat somebody else. So the next guy who says I don't have a fight and nobody wants to fight me, okay, fight Boychuk then. That's how I look at boxing. Like, if these guys who have a tough fight, like Boychuk, hey, the next guy need an opponent at 154. He can't find nobody. If Charlo say I ain't got no opponent, okay, fight Boychuk then. That'll be a good comeback fight. Oh yeah, we all seen Bernard. That's what I came up on, Bernard. I came up on Bernard, so especially with him and De La Hoya, they fought anybody back then. Roy Jones, a lot of these guys fought whoever. They fought whoever back then. Nah, the fights we really want to see are gonna start happening. I don't know what fights people want to see, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie about that. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what fights people want to see, to be honest with you. I can't even agree with that. Because I don't know what fights they want to see. I'm gonna give you an example. Well, last year after people were saying that they wanted to see Crawford and Charlo, that wasn't gonna happen. Then they said they wanted to see Crawford and Tim Tszyu. Then they said they want to see Boots and Crawford. Then before the Tim Tszyu and Fundora fight, they said they wanted to see Tim Tszyu versus Crawford. Then after the fight, they said they want to see Fundora versus Crawford. So a lot of fans change fights all the time. It's like I don't know what they want to see, man, to be honest with you. Like even with Ryan Garcia right now, a lot of people say Ryan Garcia beat Haney, right? Nobody said who they want to see Ryan Garcia face next. They don't say who they want to see Ryan Garcia face next. They're not saying who they want to see what's the other guy name? Canelo next. It's like the only division they really care about is 154. To be honest with you, that's the only division. 168 they don't care about. I mean 135 they kind of do, but not really, because you got Tank down there and Shakur and Lomachenko, so they kind of care, but not really. 140 they did care, but it's not a lot of guys that's actually there anymore because everybody at 140 lost. I think all the champions at 140 lost except Teofimo, right? Yeah, I think except Teofimo and somebody else. Can't really think right now. Yeah, he on a long layoff. Berlanga tripping. He's on a long layoff. Yeah, he might retire, man. Yeah, you right about that. Yeah, Turkey Al-Sheikh be knowing what's going on. That's why I really don't be tripping on him like that. At first, I would give him a hard time, but at least he knows what's going on. He know what the fans talking about. Man, I done seen Turkey Al-Sheikh clap back at some fans and everybody. I don't think a lot of fans like that. He'll tweet back real quick. You seen what he said to Tim Bradley? He was like, "Yeah, Crawford is a mega star." All that stuff. Yeah, me too. I appreciate all those fighters. All those fighters. I know how important Sean Porter is to boxing. Like Sean Porter, he basically carried PBC the last 5 or 6 years. No, last 7, 8 years. A couple of other guys too, but Sean Porter was a huge part of that. He fought Adrian Bronner, Thurman, Danny Garcia, a lot of big fights, man. A lot of fights that everybody else would not fight for that price he fought him for. Could say he was underpaid too. If anybody deserves a Saudi payday, to be honest with you, probably Sean Porter. But he getting his money other ways. Well, yeah, that's a good list you put up right there. I like that list. Yeah, Thurman did his thing too. I give him a hard time, but Thurman he did his thing. He just didn't fight Spence, but it's all good. I want to see Ryan actually fight. You know, him and Virgil Ortiz was actually supposed to be fighting. To be honest with you, him and Virgil Ortiz was supposed to be fighting. But I would like to see Ryan fight someone like Teofimo Lopez. I know he wouldn't. I think that'll be a good fight. Pitbull said he's not fighting Ryan because he know Ryan ain't no 140 no more. He said he would fight him, but I think Matias and Ryan will be a good fight too, though. To be honest with you, that would be a good fight for Matias. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually write that down. That would be a good fight for Matias to actually come back and prove himself against Ryan. Yeah, Ryan too much drama, bro. I don't really like talking about him like that no more. Because the reason why it's not because of just him. Like when I was giving Ryan his credit last year, a lot of people jumped on that bandwagon. It's almost like when everybody started watching American Idol and then they came to school talking about it. It's like that. Yeah, Ryan Garcia bandwagon got too big for me right now. I'm gonna let everybody else have that. But I'll watch the fights, but yeah. Y'all seen I slowed down. I just told the news on it. It looked like I was putting out just too much news, but I was just putting out the news so y'all will know about what was going on. But yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't try to chase no views with bro. I don't like chasing views, bro, because I know y'all don't want people on the channel that like that like clickbait. You know, when you have clickbait, that brings a certain type of crowd to your channel. So a lot of people think I be clickbait when I put certain titles up, but it's not clickbait. Definitely not clickbait. But yeah, I definitely don't like to do that. Because a lot of it is just a distraction. Like when certain guys get on Twitter, I'm gonna give you a good example. When a lot of guys get on Twitter and be like, "Man, I'll fight you, man. What's up, man? We gonna fight." Them guys never. Oh, appreciate that, bro. Man, I appreciate that. SR, man. Appreciate that, dog. Appreciate that, man. I be doing these lives and stuff. I had to bounce back, man. I actually had took a break so y'all could see that I wasn't I'm just not on the same stuff as everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I'm on here talking about boxing. I don't want to look like I'm trying to go at certain boxers and stuff. Sometimes I have to go at certain people to actually prove a point, but I'm not gonna call Canelo or somebody a bum or anything like that. I usually don't call guys a bum unless I don't know. It might be one of those days. Yeah, Ryan definitely correct though. He's definitely correct. Yeah, I know. I know. And what people don't realize is I actually had to take a step back because and I'm gonna be honest. Well, I'll tell y'all that later on. Well, actually, I'll tell y'all this now. This is allegedly too. But bro, the day before Ryan Garcia had crashed out when he's saying all that N-word stuff, it was a dude in my comments, right? And he was going off on a Ryan Garcia video. And I was like, dang, bro, this sounds just like Ryan. So I started texting the dude back in the comments. And I was like, bro, this sounds like Ryan Garcia. I said, let me say something to see if this is Ryan Garcia. And I said something. And the guy was like, why did you say that? And I was like, why did I say that? I was like, whoa. Then the next day, bro was going off online. I'm like, bro, I hope that wasn't bro. It sounded like it though. I got the picture in my phone. I'll show y'all one day when I pull up the conversation. But it looked like it was bro in my comments going off, man. But I ain't gonna lie, man. I actually scared him, bro. On some industry stuff, I scared him. If that was him. But it was a big coincidence because it was like 4 or 5 hours later. He was like, "Oh, bro was saying the N-word." I was like, "What?" This was like right before July 4th, I think. Y'all know I do not lie, bro. I never lie about nothing like that. But it sounded like it was literally him in the comments. I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" It was on the scooter video. Yeah, yeah. Same thing, man. You know what it is though? Social media is a drug, bro. I'm telling you, always take a break from social media, man. The best way to know your true friends when you leave social media, if they don't hit you up or check on you, don't they ain't your real friends. The real friends you have. I used to hate when I have friends that have my phone number. They'll be texting me on Facebook like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Bro, text my phone, bro. Why you hit me up on Facebook? You got my whole phone number." And then, matter of fact, I got my phone number on Facebook. You still ain't text the number. I ain't trying to talk to you in no DMs. I always thought talking to a guy in DMs was creepy. Like, not saying like that, but I'm just saying if you got my phone number and I could text you, you like, nah, that don't make no sense. But nah, if you texting the guy in DMs and y'all friends, nah, that ain't no big deal. But I'm just saying, like random people just like having long conversations. Like, bro, come on, man. You can hit my phone. You got my phone number. uh, that's funny, man. uh, I used to hate when people have my phone number. I'm like, bro, I just got a cell phone. Did y'all not know we didn't have cell phones 5 years ago? Let me use it. Like I've been waiting on these things to get invented. We finally have cell phones and everybody like, man, let me hit you up in the DMs. Hold on, what Ortiz you talking about? This about Jermaine Ortiz? Or Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz. Oh, Frank Martin beat Virgil Ortiz in the amateur. Virgil Ortiz not a bum though. Virgil Ortiz, he not a bum though. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I don't like all that. Yeah, I don't like all that, bro. Yeah, we just be in here. It's like a chat room here. Yeah, I just be chilling. It look like I be doing the most, but nah, bro. That Ryan Garcia situation was crazy, bro. Like I thought I was tripping around that time, but people was doing some crazy stuff, man. Oh yeah, I just have passion for the sport, man. I just be doing the stuff y'all, that y'all would like somebody to do as far as cover the sport, make it interesting, see the storylines. A lot of people got rivalries, find the behind the scenes information, uh, cover the upcoming fights, a lot of stuff like that. A lot of secrets nobody talks about. A lot of different things. Because I'm gonna give y'all a secret, man. When you tell the truth on YouTube, right, and you put a video up, this for anybody who want to do YouTube. I'm gonna give y'all some facts, some real information. If you ever put a YouTube video up, right, and it's not clickbait and it's the truth, it could be 5 years later. That video will still be getting shared or viewed by other people because they'll know people will be sharing the video still. They'll be looking at it. Oh, that guy was telling the truth on that video. Oh, since he was telling the truth on that video, let me go see the other old video he got. So it gives you more of a it gives you more of a chance to actually show show what you know out here. But putting up clickbait, it kind of ruins a lot of people. Bro, clickbait is definitely ruining the internet. I always told myself not to put up clickbait. If I get something wrong, I'll probably take it down or whatever, but clickbait is the worst. Oh yeah, it'd be a lot of those accounts going around. I forgot what they used to call them accounts. Yeah, in a safe zone. Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't be, man, PD, I don't be going off on nobody on here. Man, I done had guys on here cuss me out so many times. I don't know what angry Mexican that he used to be on here. Angry Mexican used to go at my throat on here, bro. Yeah, don't use Facebook. Facebook is horrible, man. Facebook is horrible. They're trying to make these other sites like Facebook. But yeah, Facebook is definitely too many old people on Facebook. No disrespect. It's a lot of older people who's very smart, but y'all know what I mean. Oh yeah, Peter, you already know, bro. Bro, you seen what I went through that Ryan Garcia situation. It was wild, man. Yeah. I kind of survived that, so I'm good now. No, but Ryan Garcia actually helped. He actually helped the sport out because we actually found out a lot about what people care about in boxing and what they don't care about. So he actually did a good thing for boxing, to be honest with you. I just wanted him to prove that he can be bigger than Canelo for 1 year. So job well done for me. I said that last year. I said Ryan Garcia, he gonna be bigger than Canelo in 2024, and he has, bro. He been way more talked about this year than Canelo. So with all the stuff he did, I'm still kind of happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. That was my prediction for this year. I made a couple of predictions. I said my two predictions from last year was 54 was gonna be the deepest division, and I said what else I said? I said Ryan Garcia is gonna be bigger than Canelo this year. Nah, he don't beat Fandora. There's a lot of guys that gonna have. You said need girl. Yeah, he needs a good style. He needs to be a little more active too. He got to throw that jab too, man. It seemed like he was trying to go for the knockout a little bit too much in that last fight against Pulo. And Pulo, he ain't no knockout artist, but he's not a guy you can just go out there and knock out. Like, I would actually like to see another fight like that. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, being, but what's that dude name? Mendoza. Mendoza got some knockout power, man. Mendoza might be the hardest puncher at 154. To be honest with you, he got knockout power like that. He got some knockout power. Like even when Mendoza was fighting Bolchek that last fight, when he was on that Fundora and Tim Tszyu card, he almost got stopped, but when he started letting that right hand go, Bolchek was like, "Oh, let me get out the way." That fight went 12 rounds. He might be the hardest puncher at 154 though. To be honest with you, being it might be one of those De Los Santos Rayo situations because he fought the guy on 1 week notice too. I think it was like 2 weeks notice. Knockdowns don't happen that much, man. Fandora got really caught with that knockdown. He's trying to be too aggressive. That's why you seen Fedor in the fight against Tim Tszyu. He was using that jab. Him getting knocked out like that, he learned now, like, let me not try to knock out everybody or stop everybody. So Fedor is now trying to box instead of trying to brawl with everybody. I think Fedor's problem early for me was he was trying to brawl with too many boxers. And that's what happened with Mendoza. Mendoza's a brawler too. He can brawl. And that's what Fedor ran into. He's like, okay, I can't brawl with everybody. No, you cannot. Not at 154. And y'all know what's crazy? Fedor can make 147, man. I heard a story about that. Yeah, those body counts are getting crazy, man. Every time I go into a comment section, there's bots in there. Yeah, he like banging way too much fast. Yeah, that Facebook stuff be crazy. I'm not even on Facebook. They be sharing my video on there. Appreciate that to everybody who do share the videos. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, he can bother Ortiz. Because Ortiz had a problem with size last night. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You're right. You're right about that. You definitely right. That's facts. I gotta pin that up there. Yeah, that's right, BN. Hey, PD, BN was telling me last week, hey, you better pick Bacoli to be Jared Anderson. I was like, nah, I'm rolling with Jared Anderson. I forgot Jared Anderson had Sugar Hill. Man, BN, I'm so mad about that, bro. Every time I see you, I think about Bacoli fight last week. Dang, I lost so much money. Well, I ain't. Well, did I bet on that fight? I think I bet on it to go. Yeah, I did lose on that fight. I thought it was going 12. Yeah, I did lose money on that fight. Yeah, he would. Yeah, I would. I would. I think he has the, as far as chin and heart. I don't know. I would actually give that to and I'm not just saying this either. I would actually give that to, what's the guy's name? I like Brandon Adams. I think Brandon Adams is very overrated. When he was fighting Charlo. He like number 13 right now. He just won on the Pro Box card, didn't he? I forgot who he beat on Pro Box recently. Did y'all watch the Contender a couple of years ago? I don't know if y'all watched the Contender when it came on that app, when they had all those boxers on there recently. But a lot of these guys that's on PBC and fought on a lot of these Pro Box cards, they was on the Contender recently. Yeah, Brandon Adams who KO'd TKO'd Bullshit, yeah. Yeah, he a good fighter, man. He a good fighter. He gave Charlo a tough fight, which I knew he was going to do, but man, hey PD, guess what I heard about let me read y'all message real quick. Let me go through. Tim Tszyu fought on how many weeks notice? Fedor. Oh, that was that's a good question. What was that, 2 or 3 weeks? Oh no, that was a week. It was a week, wasn't it? It was like 2 weeks, a week or two. It was like the week before. But he was fighting the same day though. But they wasn't prepared. It had to be like 2 weeks. It had to be like 2 weeks because Tim Tszyu brought in Michael Fox to spar with him. So it had to be like 2 weeks. Man, them late notice fights, bro. I'm gonna have to make a video about that. It's a lot of a lot of guys who got upset by guys late replacements. Edwin De La Santo was a late replacement against Rayo. Pitbull, he was kind of a late replacement. I think they knew like a month or two ahead of time, but still didn't know who he was like that. Yeah, that was only like a week or two. So yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I think it will be De Los Santos. Yeah, I said that earlier this year. I don't know. Hey, BN, this is another thing too. I announced like Tank last 2 or 3 fights. I did the Frank Martin one. I actually said he was gonna fight either Rayo Pitbull, De Los Santos, or Frank Martin. So now that the Frank Martin fight has happened, Pitbull is in his situation. It could be De Los Santos. It definitely could, because De Los Santos was supposed to fight Rayo at 135 on Tank Davis's card. The reason why they was gonna have Rayo fight De Los Santos on Tank Davis card is because they like to have those fights on the same card. You know how they have a guy fight on the undercard that was in the main event, fight the guy in the main event that's on the undercard. You know, they kind of foreshadow those matchups, put the same two fights on the card, and then have the winner fight. Yeah, that Lubin fight was crazy. That Lubin fight was crazy. Hey, if Lubin would have kept going, he could have possibly stopped him. Man, Boots got a lot of fights at 154, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be so many guys at 154 that Boots gonna be able to fight. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I like Boots. I think Boots could, he should stay at 147 as long as he should, as long as he can. But when he gets to 154, it's gonna be so many guys that he can fight at 154. It's not even gonna be a question of, like, when people say Boots ain't fighting nobody, he gonna have plenty of opportunities to fight Virgil Ortiz, Tim Tszyu, Madrimov, Xander Zayas, all these guys. He gonna have plenty of opportunities. Trust me. Even without Terence Crawford. That's what people don't understand. They like, I need to see Boots fight Terence Crawford now. Trust me. You're gonna get your opportunity to see Boots fight whoever you want. Why not? I told people last week about Madrimov. They ain't think about it. Yeah, that Bacoli fight was good, man. It really was. That card was good. I enjoyed watching that card last week. I really did. Even the prelims were good. There's been some good boxing going on, bro. It really has. It really has been some good boxing going on. I'm glad the fighters getting paid to where they don't have to worry about, you know, everything outside the ring. But yeah, it's been some good fights going on. It really has been. Yeah, Fedora got a chin, man. He got a chin. He got a chin. Fedora got a chin. Cause Tim Tszyu was cracking Fedora a couple of times. Ooh, he was. I think Fedora actually he gets hurt more when he gets hit on the front of his chin. On the side of his chin, he kind of eats those punches. He was eating a lot of those punches against Lubin and Tim Tszyu. But against Mendoza, that when he just kind of pushed his face in a little bit, kind of crushed his skull a little bit. That was a hard punch, man. Mendoza can punch. I actually picked Mendoza to upset Fedora in that fight. Yeah, that was the crazy part. Yeah, Mendoza's a very good fighter. He actually said that fight was gonna go like it went last night too, with Virgil Ortiz and Boacek. So that guy's actually a very smart fighter. I think he's gonna be a problem for somebody at 154 too. Yeah, man. Eating the burgers before the weigh-in, PD. Come on, man. I can't believe you remember that. Stu was eating a whole burger and pizza before a weigh-in. Walking around 150. Fedora was 150. This dude could have made 47. If he was at 147, he'll be oh my God, he'll destroy people. So he's gonna be at 154 for a while. Don't expect him to move up anytime soon. Oh, you didn't? Yeah, Fedora pretty good, man. Actually, a lot of people was giving us telling us about Fedora for years. Like I was watching him fight, but when I seen him start just taking the fight to a lot of guys, the way he was doing it, yeah, it started to get. I thought he was older than what he was too. I didn't know he was 25. So when he was fighting, when I seen him, he was like 22, 23. It's kind of crazy how Fedora and Eastside Cruz is only like 25 years old. Unless they had a birthday recently. Probably 26 now, but they was 25 the last time I checked. That's a crazy the age. I think I still got the ages up here. Let me see. I like to put those up there so people can see it. Okay, they're 26 years old now. I had to change it around. So Fendora's 26 now. Jerron Ennis is 26. Tim Zoo is 29. Madrimov is 29. All these guys around the same age. Virgil Ortiz around that age. Conwell. Yeah, all these guys around 29. Yeah, that possibly can happen. I possibly see Wilder coming back fighting again. I don't know where his mindset is right now, but I can't really question what he, you know what I'm saying? I can't really question certain fighters' mindsets. Even like with Earl Spence, I'm kind of like, can't really question him, you know what I'm saying? Especially after he had a car wreck and came back and fought the best. Can't really question his heart. Who has a better resume, Virgil Ortiz or Fundora? Fundora. Not because of the Tim Zoo win. Even without the Tim Zoo win, I would say Fundora just because he's so much younger. And the wins that he got right now, I don't think they're gonna be his best wins, but I would say Fundora. That Lubin win was big. That was a hard fight. I like Erison Lubin too. I like all those guys at 154. Even the guys who have losses. I like all those guys. I think all of them can win. I think when all these guys retire right here, I think boxing gonna be in a better place. Yeah, me too. I don't think no, Tank is gonna fight Shakur Stevenson. Tank is guaranteed gonna fight Shakur Stevenson. I'm telling you, guaranteed. Tank needs Shakur Stevenson fight. He's not in the same position as Canelo. See, with Canelo, people not gonna say it out loud, but they gave up on Canelo. They don't really care about who Canelo wants to fight. When you have fans that don't care who you fight, that's not real fans. That's not real fans. That's like going to a concert and you don't care who your favorite artist, what songs they play. When you go to a concert, you want to hear the best songs and your favorite songs. Yeah, but a lot of people starting to give up on Canelo because you gotta act. Even when Floyd was fighting, we was asking Floyd to fight the best. The standards were high for Floyd. Even fighting Canelo was we consider that a easy fight or a low grade fight. No disrespect to Berto because he's a very good fighter. He's better than most of these guys, but we consider that a low grade fight. That's just how high the standard was. Oh, he on the card too? Oh, okay. So the zone making a move. All right. Floyd making some moves now. Yeah, I want to see who on that Usyk card. But that Canelo card, yeah, I want to see that fight. I still want to see the fight. I want to see if Berlanga can let that right hand go. Berlanga the type of guy, he'll throw a hard right hand and see what happens. Yeah, Neary did. I thought Neary was gonna pull that last fight off, man. That knockdown he had on Inouye. He said when you used to watch WWE, who was your top 10 greatest superstars of all time? Definitely. Man, he said Brock Lesnar. Oh yeah, Brock Lesnar top 10. That's a good one. Just WCW. I mean, I used to watch WCW too, bro. I used to watch WCW, NWO. You know what I'm saying? I like Macho Man Randy Savage from WCW. I like Goldberg growing up. I like Sting. Of course I like The Rock, but I don't know if y'all remember Sting, Rey Mysterio, Booker T. I was a huge Undertaker fan. For some reason I like Bret Hart. Who else? But you said WWE? I don't know. That's a tough one. I used to like Scotty Too Hotty, believe it or not. He was on SmackDown, I think. But you said top 10, though. Top 10 is top 10. Of course, I like The Rock, Stone Cold. I like the Hardy Boys. I like a couple of guys who came from ECW too. You talking about the guys who came over for ECW too? I used to like what's that guy named Rob Van Dam? He hit that frog splash. Shawn Michaels, of course. I threw in like top 10 right there at the end. I don't know, but it's then with my last one, I would probably pick between because I did 5 like WCW guys. But my last one it would be between Edge, Kurt Angle, or I'm trying to give you some real answers. Between Edge, Kurt Angle. No, I probably throw Mark Henry in there. I like Mark Henry. But I like Edge and because you know Mark Henry, we ain't had no big guys. We only had the Big Show because that's why I like Mark Henry because I used to like we had big wrestlers. But the only guy we had, Big Show, I'm tripping. The Big Show. I'm tripping. Yeah, throw the Big Show in there. I'm tripping. I would throw Brock Lesnar in there, but I can't put him over the Big Show. That's like one of the first wrestlers I knew. Oh, you started watching 2010s? Dang. Randy Orton probably. I throw him in there. CM Punk was all right. I'm trying to remember because I ain't really watched that much in the last 10, 14, 15. Brock Lesnar, Cena, he in there. That's a hard list to make. No, you got to throw Undertaker in there. Oh, that's a hard list. So Triple H still in there, right? So I got to throw Triple H in there. I mean MVP, he was all right. He was all right. He was all right. I don't know. That's a tough list. But that was a couple of right there. I ain't want to get off topic too much. But yeah, that was a couple of them. He's actually saying I was born during the Ruthless era, but I never got to watch any of the great that you watched. Oh yeah, man. Hey, bro, you go back and watch those, man. When they start doing like the Raw after WCW, see WCW was cool because it made it seem like it was a lot of gangs or just like a lot of teams. It was like they was teaming up. They had like the NWO. That's when like Hulk Hogan, all those guys were NWO, and yeah, they had a lot of things going on. It was pretty cool. Yeah, 90s wrestling was 2000. That's when they got good, but yeah, I say early 2000s. That's when pay-per-view started taking over. Like the biggest pay-per-view stars back then was I would say Hulk Hogan. Uh Hulk Hogan, Mike Tyson, and Dennis Rodman, believe it or not. A lot of people pay pay-per-view to see Dennis Rodman wrestle. I don't know if everybody's seen that before. Y'all ever seen Dennis Rodman wrestle against against Karl Malone? That was hilarious. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I seen that last night, bro. I'm just now reading the message. My bad, PD. Yeah, I seen that last. I seen his dad last night. I'm like, Fedora dad look like he be locked in, man. He don't be in the camera too much, man. When he was walking his daughter out last night, Fedora's sister is a problem at feather flyweight. Like she's one of the biggest 112s I ever seen in my life, for men or females. Like she's a problem. She throws some hard shots too. At the 112 weight class, yeah, she gonna be undisputed, man. Oh, so that's Dubois' real sister. I didn't know that. Didn't know that that was Dubois' sister. Didn't know that. Yeah, I was sitting back watching her last week. I didn't know that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I still watch Garcia fight. Yeah, we the same ones who's watching Garcia after he got knocked out by Tank. Still watching fight. Yeah. I want to see him in a good fight though. I don't want to see him like with no more Luke Campbells. Yeah, Big Baby and Andrew Weeds. I'm glad you said that. I had wrote something down the other day. Do I got it right here? I think possibly, let's just say if they have a fight, let's just say they have heavyweight fights on. I could see Andrew Weeds possibly fighting a. No, I think Danny Dubois, that'll be a step backwards. Hey, if Danny Dubois loses to Joshua and he turns around and fight Andrew Weeds, would that be a step backwards? Because he already fought Hergovic and Big Baby Miller. So should he fight not Hergovic, but would that be a good fight? I was thinking of Frank Sanchez and Jared Anderson fighting. I was looking at Frank Sanchez and Jared Anderson fighting. That'd be a good fight. You think Tank will still fight Haney? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're gonna fight. Yeah, Tank and Haney know they're gonna fight each other. I promise you. Tank and Haney know they're gonna fight each other. Who else? Shakur and now if Haney get too big, now it might be a problem. It's really a conflict of interest right now because Tank is really more focused on Inoue. Tank more focused on Inoue and than he is Devin Haney right now. That's why he's still at 35 and all that other stuff. Because most of the guys he really want to fight is 140. He ain't gonna tell you that, but he likes the guys at 140 to fight. But he waiting on Inoue. He want to see Inoue get close to 130. If Inoue was fighting at 130 right now, Tank would go to 130 and fight him. He said that was hot. That was a low grade. Yeah, they can. They can. They can. If these guys get like a certain platform and start putting their own fights up, I think somebody could pass them. You know who could have passed Floyd? I don't even think it would have been a boxer. I think that KSI guy could have did it. If he had his own network and was streaming his own fights and stuff, he could have passed Floyd. That dude was big a couple of years ago. He had some kind of emoji or whatever that was popping up all over the place. Y'all remember they had that Agent Smith looking emoji popping up? That was part of his fan club. Them guys was all over the place. He got the craziest fans I've ever seen. That dude got some diehard fans. He got more fans than Jake Paul do, I think. You said you think Fury and Usyk gonna fight 3 times? Man, I don't know. I never seen Usyk lose a rematch, man. Some of these guys are good in rematches. Like some of these fighters, I just think are too good in rematches. I think Rayo's good in rematches. I think Usyk is one of those guys. I think that's gonna be tough in a rematch. I really do. I think Fury might be able to pull it out though. They trying to make the Anthony Joshua and Fury fight bad. They kind of fell behind with those upsets from Ruiz and then stuff recently with Tyson Fury. Oh, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. But that might be next year though, after the elections though. That might be next year, BN. That might be next year. I agree with that. But that might be next year when that starts. After the election. Yeah, that might be next year. Like more so in the summer. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the summer next year. They're not gonna rush it though. Shakur and Tank know that this is a big fight, and they're gonna keep promoting it. They're gonna keep promoting the fight because Tank already said that Tank tells a lot of truth, man. If you listen to Tank, he'll tell you everything you need to know. He said I got a 6-7 fight deal. I guess it was a 7-fight deal, and he didn't want to count the Frank Martin fight, so I guess it's 6 fights. And I was trying to count the fights. I said Eastside Cruz, but he's not in there no more, unless they're gonna double back. But I was saying like they tried to put. I had counted Loma, I think, but it's kind of difficult right now because I don't know who Tank has lined up. I know he has Shakur Stevenson in there. I know he has possible Haney in there, but he wants to fight anyway though. If he can make the Inoue thing happen, and it's possible because Inoue fights nothing but PBC fighters mostly. Most of the guys he fights on PBC, like Neary or do business with PBC. Yeah, the storylines, yeah, the storylines getting worse right now. DJ Rush, you right about that. Storylines getting trashed. That's the whole point. That's what everybody was saying. I didn't notice it, but yeah, you right about that. The storylines been getting trashed lately. Yeah, actually, Golden Boy and Matchroom supposed to do a 5-versus-5 in December. I just don't know who's gonna be on the card. They supposed to do a 5-versus-5. And then another thing was Eddie Hearn was he was trying to get Shakur Stevenson or Boots Ennis to be on the undercard for Bitter Biv and Bilbo. They need a big name American on there. So he's trying to get Boots or Shakur Stevenson to be on there, but we'll see. But yeah, they're gonna have 2 super cards back to back next year. I think so. But what I also learned is a lot of these guys still spread fights out so they won't get the dates mixed up. But if Mike Tyson still fight Jake Paul, that's gonna cause a lot of problems for certain people to try to get a date for November. I'm telling you, Mike Tyson gonna mess a lot of things up if he fights in November. Because a lot of people still gonna watch the fight no matter what. It's gonna take away from ticket sales and pay-per-views from other fights. Yeah, they can. That card can be full of rematches. It could be full of rematches. I think that Ja Apatow might fight Chris Billiam Smith. I think Chris Billiam Smith gonna fight Ja Apatow on that card. So that's one fight I know that might happen. That's being talked about right now. There was another fight that was supposed to be on there. I don't know if Zerto gonna fight on there. Zerto might fight on that card, but they saying he a free agent, so I don't know. He could be on that card though. But I know Arnold Barbosa might be on that card for the Golden Boy Matchroom card. I don't know if Munguia gonna be on that card. Oh, he happy that Eastside Cruz lost. He don't like Eastside Cruz. Man, he don't like nobody. I can't believe he happy that Cruz lost. That don't make no sense. That would have been the best. That's a money fight for him. Yeah, that don't make no sense. That was a money fight for him. That's who everybody wanted him to fight. Man, if Teofimo leaves 140 without fighting another name, bro, I'm gonna be so upset. I know he fought Sandor Martin and Josh Taylor, but still a lot of names at 140. Seems like every time division start to get hot, he end up leaving. Not saying he's running anything, but do you believe that Inoue is overhyped or overrated? I wouldn't say overhyped or overrated because I still think he's a good fighter. Especially from what I've seen. I just think that people try to put him over, like when they put him over Usyk. Like, let me tell you, when they put him over Usyk, right? I was saying last year, I was like, whoa, why are we putting Inoue over Usyk? And people was like, well, he did this and this. I'm like, nah, I don't feel like Inoue is better than Usyk because you gotta feel Usyk already went to heavyweight and beat Joshua twice. So to me, that has to be like number 1 or number 2 pound for pound, especially if you're a cruiserweight and you move up and do that. So a lot of people didn't really put Usyk at number 1 until he beat Fury, which I thought, like, you know, even though I thought Fury actually had a chance of winning, it's like, okay, that was a good win, but he already beat Joshua, so it's not like he's not a good fighter. So to put Inoue over, I didn't see anybody Inoue had on his resume that was like the same as Joshua or anything else. I know he had Nonito Donaire on there, but no, Donaire he's an older guy now. If he would have fought him in his prime, it wouldn't have been the same type of fight. But I wouldn't say he's overrated because he does have one of the best jabs in the game, but I don't know, man. It's just like I don't think he's where people, because I put the list up, right? Let me tell you, let me show you. This right here. It's not that he's overrated, he's just not what I've seen Pacquiao and other guys do. It's just not what Inoue is doing right now. So when people say pound for pound, it's like Pacquiao should have been pound for pound for like 8 years straight. You know what I'm saying? I would have been okay with Floyd number 2 and Pacquiao number 1. It really doesn't matter. You know, Floyd wasn't that active around that time. So, but I think Inoue just needs to move up a little bit more. Not saying that it's his fault the guys at 122 aren't that good because he did beat Stephen Fulton, but the guys at featherweight are just a little bit better. And it's only 4 pounds. So he'll be going up and that'll be what 16 pounds. And that's not much. I mean, Crawford's went up more than that, so that's about the same amount of pounds we asked Crawford to move up. So I wouldn't say he's overrated, but it's just the fans kind of they want to put him at a pedestal he's really not at yet. Not saying he's not a good fighter, but over Usyk, like Usyk he's fought everybody. Usyk has fought Sean Porter, Anthony Joshua. He's fought Bitterbill, Tyson Fury. I mean, he's fought everybody. There's no way somebody can go pound for pound over him right now. And the only reason I give it to Terence Crawford is because if somebody would have beat Earl Spence, or anybody would have beat Terence Crawford, I would have put them number 1. You know what I'm saying? So Crawford has to be number 1, but Usyk has to be at least number 2 or number 1 as well. I'm okay with Usyk being number 1. But I didn't like the Inoue getting pushed over Usyk. I felt like that was disrespectful, especially to the fans who actually picked Usyk to beat Tyson Fury. They should know more than anybody that Usyk should be number 1 or number 2. Oh yeah, Australia. Yeah, Australia better. Oh, what's going on, Sable? What's up, man? What's going on with you? I was yeah, that was my only problem. Well, Sable no, because I was saying this earlier this year. About Usyk and anyway, he heard me talk about this plenty of times. But yeah, Usyk, I don't think Usyk gets the credit he deserves yet. It's like I just got to be honest about it. It's like a lot of people are waiting on Usyk to lose. It's like whoever beat Usyk gonna get more credit than Usyk's getting right now, and that's not fair. If he's not getting the credit for beating Joshua and everything else, it's no reason for anybody to move up. It's almost like moving up to fight guys might be a waste of time if Usyk can't get credit for beating Anthony Joshua. That's before the Tyson Fury win. That was just a bonus. But yeah, I always thought highly of Usyk though. He's a very good fighter. He got a very good jab too. A lot of people don't talk about that. Yeah, Rayo's a problem, man. I think that De Los Santos. I would like to see Rayo fight De Los Santos again. I was actually very excited about that fight, to be honest with you. I want to see Rayo fight De Los Santos bad. If De Los Santos don't fight, if De Los Santos doesn't fight Tank, I want to see him fight Rayo. If Rayo doesn't rematch Pitbull, man, that would have been good. I would have liked to see Tank fight Pitbull and then Rayo fight De Los Santos. Could have got that out the way. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I like Abdullah Mason, man. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't felt like this about a fighter since Tank, Devin Haney, Floyd, and Terence Crawford, to be honest with you. I like Abdullah Mason, man. I think Abdullah Mason is a problem. I like Carmel Moulton. I really do. Um, he's still growing, so I don't want to say too much about him because he still got a lot of years, especially like a year or two. He's gonna be a way different fighter. But right now, I like Abdullah Mason. I really do. Yeah, Abdullah Mason is a problem, man. He really is. I like Shushu Carrington too, but we talking about like the young guys that's like 18, 20. Abdullah Mason and Carmel Moulton, he's a problem too. I like Carmel Moulton because he goes to the body. His fundamentals is just amazing. He can stop guys to the body without trying to headhunt. So that's why he impresses me. Yeah, they waiting on them to lose. I don't know why though. A lot of they really helping the sport out, man. If Usyk would have lost right now, that wouldn't help the sport of boxing. So, see, I don't know. I didn't want to see him lose. That was kind of weird. Cause I was picking Fury, but it went to the point where I wanted Usyk to lose though. I'm okay with him being undefeated. Cause he's still gonna fight big fights. The thing about Usyk is he gonna fight big fights regardless. He just said recently he'll fight Joshua for a third time. I never heard him say that, which is correct. That's crazy that he said that. He said I'll fight Joshua for a third time if he wants to fight me after I beat Fury. He said I'll fight Joshua immediately. I'm not gonna turn down a fight with Joshua. He said Joshua deserves a third fight, but Usyk trying to go back to cruiserweight to be undisputed one more time before he retires. So he actually wants to go to cruiserweight. So if he doesn't fight Joshua for a third time, he's going to cruiserweight to fight guys like Ja Fatah, Zerto Ramirez. All the cruiserweights down there. Cruiserweight pretty deep too. They got a nice division. Yeah, Pitbull actually, man, he fights better. If you go back and look at the fight when he was fighting Rolly, like the first round when he fought Rolly, he fought just like he did last week. But in the middle rounds when Rolly was throwing that jab, Pitbull he started switching it up until the knockout came again. But he can switch it up. He can box better than what he did. That's what I know. That's why I'm kind of like salty about his performance. He can box better than that. I know he can, but I know he been getting away from his style. He's still a young guy, so he need to get away from the bad habits, man. He really does. I know he's a short guy, has short arms, but he has a jab. You don't last 12 rounds with Tank. Even when Tank has a bad hand, you don't last that long with Tank Davis. And you're just a guy who can, get beat by a jab and stuff. Nah. He's way better than the way he fought, but he's not fighting the same. He's fighting a completely different way. And he's only 25, so he's still growing, but he got bad habits he's picking up. Trying to go for the knockout every time. He's still going to the body, but you're not jabbing. You're not moving, not changing your angles. You know how Pitbull was doing that thing when he was dipping low like Mike Tyson? Going to the inside, dipping punches, squatting down. He's not doing that. I know Nick Ball was fighting more like Pitbull his last fight than Pitbull was. The way Nick Ball was against Ray Ford, Pitbull was way more aggressive than that. I feel like he didn't take a lot of risk in the fight too. He didn't want to jump in front of that jab. And Rayo wasn't letting his power punches go in that fight. That's one thing I noticed. I said he's not letting any power punches go. So Pitbull didn't want to go around that jab. At 140, 147, cruiserweight, heavyweight, you see the real big boogeyman. If Daniel Dubois can get through this tough next two, if Daniel Dubois wins his next 2 or 3 fights, yeah, he could possibly be a boogeyman because he's got so much experience the last 3 or 4 years. I think Daniel Dubois will be a problem. Especially for the younger generation. He's only 26. So I think Daniel Dubois at cruiserweight. I don't know. That's a hard one. I thought Apatai had a chance, but I don't know. It still might be Usyk, man. Usyk going back to cruiserweight. Might be Usyk. Usyk at cruiserweight is illegal. So he gonna try to make 200 pounds and fight one of those cruiserweights. So I would say cruiserweight, Usyk still is a boogeyman down there until he get beat. And I don't see nobody give him a hard time unless Apatai goes up there and fights Usyk and basically dominates him. But that's gonna be a hard fight, man. At 47, right now, 47, it has to be Boots. It has to be Boots at 47. Just the way everybody been moving the last 3 or 4 years at 47. He hasn't really had any decent fights. So I would say Boots at 47. At 140, I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't. I still like Devin Haney at 140, but I think people be willing to take that fight more now, though. So I can't say him right now, but I still feel like with the skill set, yeah. That's a tough one, man. It really is. That's a tough one. I would actually want to say, if Devin Haney wasn't there, I don't know. It's kind of hard, man. A lot of guys lost recently. I would have to see. That weight class is tough. That weight class is definitely tough. I I think Matias is still a problem at 140 though. I think he's still a problem at 140. I really think he is. I think him dropping that trainer that he had, that probably worked well for him. Not saying the guy's bad, but just styles don't match up right. So maybe he's finding something new, but he possibly still can have a chance. He possibly still can have a chance. Yeah, he is. He one of the sharpest fighters I've seen, man. Wow. Like the way he goes for a knockout, it's not like other people. Other guys, they kind of get a little anxious. They'll try to rush the knockout. He takes his time, goes to the body. Like most of his knockouts are to the body. He's not trying to headhunt these guys. He's really trying to work on his abilities. Yeah, I heard about the Iglesias guy. I'm gonna do a video on him. I forgot who was telling me about Iglesias earlier. Man, I forgot who was telling me about Iglesias. It was somebody on the channel. Iglesias is a problem, man. I heard about him. I gotta look him up some more. I gotta do a fight breakdown for this weekend. He fight this weekend. I like what's the guy name? Polanco, Rohan Polanco. I think he's Dominican or something like that. He's pretty good too. I think he got 10 knockouts, 13 wins. I think he's affiliated with Top Rank. He's pretty good too. There's a lot of young guys I keep forgetting about. I gotta write these names down. There's a lot of young guys coming out right now that's pretty good. Yeah, those Cuban guys, Uzbekistan. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I like Cuban fighters. Cuban fighters they good. I like Cuban fighters. Yeah, Uzbekistan, they making a lot of noise right now. Isn't that where Majramov is from? Ain't Majramov from Uzbekistan? That's where Majramov from, ain't it? Yeah, he's not gonna fight Matias next though. I think Liam Paul, that would be a good fight. I think they're gonna try to keep him away from Matias he almost got stopped in that fight, man. I picked Liam Paul for that fight. But I'm gonna tell you, around the 6th, 7th round, man, Liam Paul was ready to quit. That's when I knew Matias was the real deal. I said, wow. He got this man ready to quit in the 7th round. They was like, hey, come on, you gotta do it. I was like, man, this is the 7th round. This dude's gonna quit. But he pushed through though. That was a tough fight. That was probably the fight of the year right there. I ain't gonna lie. That was a very good fight. That fight was very underrated. I know it was on the same time as Tank, but that was a very good fight. Yeah, he was going at Matias, man, before the talking about Puerto Rican fighters can't beat him or something like that. I want a Puerto Rican fighter to beat him up, bro. Just because he said that. Just because he said it. Well, it was Jermaine Ortiz. I guess he was talking about. I think he was trying to take shots at Jermaine Ortiz because he's about to fight him. That was before the fight. I think that's why he said it, but I don't know. Yeah, Billy got some names on his card. I'm gonna try to put a couple of fights out there. Oh, so that's who fights next week. Floyd fights next weekend. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I said, why they don't have any fights set up for the 24th? Okay, yeah, Jared Hurd fights on Pro Box that week too. Okay, that makes sense. They're gonna start having a lot of Tuesday fights come on again too. Tuesday night fights like they used to have in the 90s, 2000s. I know Golden Boy gonna start doing more cards soon. He said Well, you said with that Russian dude. You talking about the guy that Benavidez just fought? Vazi. He's supposed to fight soon again. Again. They do not need to set him up with David Morrell. I would keep David Morrell away from Vozy. I definitely would. Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz still training. He gonna get back in the game. I definitely think Jermaine Ortiz gonna get back in the game. Yeah, a lot of young guys starting to take over now in boxing, man. It's not like how it was back in the day. It's a lot of young guys starting to take over now. I don't think boxing ever had this many young guys taking over like this. Usually the guys in boxing that make the big fights are like 30, 31, 32. It's a different ball game now, though. Yeah, I can't believe T.O. said that, though. He's going to Pitbull. Pitbull will give T.O. some problems still. Pitbull will give T.O. some problems. And you know what's crazy? What we think, though. It's a whole nother Pitbull. Yeah, Usyk said he got like 3 more years. I think Tyson Fury and Joshua got like 1 or 2 more years. Joshua don't like the business of boxing like that. All the pressure he's had over the last couple of years, trying to help build up Matchroom and the zone. He's kind of tired. Yeah, that Ukrainian stuff was wild. Hey, you know what? I was just thinking about 2 days ago when people were saying Usyk had a inhaler in his cross, and I was like, bro, that might be crazier than that might be the craziest thing I heard in boxing all year. That Usyk had an inhaler in his necklace. I'm like, if he's doing all that, then I guess he deserves to win. Because if he's going that far to put an inhaler in his cross during a fight, I didn't know he had asthma though. Yeah, they had a whole story about it, saying Usyk had a illegal inhaler and stuff like that. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, that might be the craziest story I heard all year in boxing. I tried to think of the craziest one I heard. That's definitely the one. I'm like, bro, if he can put an inhaler in that small cross, he definitely deserves to win. I said it. I said it. I was like, he definitely deserves to win. That's like some next level stuff when you got to put an inhaler on in your cross to actually win a fight. Yeah, that was the funniest thing I seen all year. Yeah, I actually want Usyk to win though, man, because I don't know. I don't know why I just want him to win at this point. I think having a rematch right now would actually set us back. I think that's the reason why I said that. Because then we'll end up having what, a third fight? So I don't know. Yeah, I know. Boxing been getting crazy. Boxing been wild this year. I think ever since the Ngannou thing happened with Tyson Fury, everything just been going wild ever since. It's been a good year though. I'm not gonna lie. It's been some good fights coming on. It's probably the best year I've seen of boxing in a while. Got a lot of new names people know. A lot more fighters people talking about. They're not just talking about 2 or 3 fighters anymore like they've been the last couple of years. Most fans know they know all the guys Canelo should be fighting or he wants to fight, which is a good thing. So it's helping promote a lot of the young guys. A lot of the young guys get promoted. Talking about more of them now. And Billy coming up this weekend. It's helping the sport of boxing. Because I think MMA is probably hasn't been probably as popular as boxing has the last couple of months. Oh yeah, it definitely the way that things going right now, even though they just had that happen, but yeah, I can definitely see that. Especially with the way the Olympics and everything been going. It's been wild. If Berlanga beats Canelo, he's gonna retire. If I was Berlanga, he beats Canelo, I'll retire, man. If that happens. If that does happen, I think they'll do a rematch. But I also think that the zone would basically make him the next star. Because he said he's not gonna fight Dave Morrell. He said he's never gonna fight Dave Morrell. He said I'll never fight Dave Morrell. So he's not gonna fight any of those guys. He might fight Munguia or somebody, but I know he's gonna fight Pacheco. That's one guy I know that he said he will fight. He said he will fight Diego Pacheco next year. So that's a fight I'm looking out for. Yeah, Olympic boxing been horrible, man. I can't even watch it. I watched it. I don't know if y'all seen the guy Edwards from USA. That guy was boxing beautifully, and they robbed him. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna watch any of the fights. I was gonna watch it. I was like, nah, I'm not watching it, bro. I said I'm not watching it. I'm definitely not watching Olympic boxing this year. I didn't know they robbed Triple G. Triple G said he got robbed in the Olympics. After that, I said, nah, I can't even watch the guys overseas. They getting robbed too. Yeah, I think he won a bronze medal, but him and the other guy, I forgot his name. I'm sorry to forget their names, but I heard they had some close fights where they possibly could have won. I don't know why. I guess in boxing, man, the only way they can actually get a championship or a gold medal is to give it to somebody else. But in the pros, they know how things go, man. If they got boxing right, correct most of the time, these guys in the pros will all have gold medals or world champions. Most world champions don't have gold medals because the Olympics don't get things right. Yeah, me too. I noticed when Roy Jones was talking about it, but I knew it when after the Floyd situation. Yeah, I thought Amari Jones was gonna win, man. I really did. He didn't win. I think he got like the bronze. Yeah, I know. They got him bad too. Yeah, it's crazy, man. They always getting the guys like that. That's why Usyk, even Usyk right now is saying he's trying to fix the Olympics and amateur boxing because he knows that in 4 years they might not have Olympic boxing. Yeah, that's too long, man. Way too long. Way too long. It's hard to get an Olympic medal. It's hard to get one. It's not that many guys who got Olympic medals the last uh 20 years? 15, 20 years? I think the amateur system in boxing is broken too. There's no way, like, no disrespect to Ukraine, but Ukraine has their boxing system like a lot more prepared than over here. And Cuba. Cuba's another system where they really lock in as far as the sport of boxing. They take boxing serious in Cuba, Ukraine, a lot of places, even Australia over there. A lot of places, Mexico, they take boxing serious. Over here, it's kind of like if you make it, you make it. Yeah, Cuba. It's something about Cuba, man. Oh, that's what they do. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, don't forget baseball too. They serious in baseball. Oh, so that's what they do. Oh, it's like the more okay, I understand what you're saying. That makes sense. Yeah, that's how I look at it too. Cuban boxing is like very sacred over there. They take those things very seriously. Yeah, I know. That's why guys like Laura be over here 41, 42, still fighting at a high level. That's why I was surprised Ugas had fell off so quick. He was taking some tough fights though. It depends, man. He might not be done. But 4 or 5 years ago, man, Ugas was like one of the toughest fights. Yeah, Ugas was one of the toughest fights. 4 or 5. He's 38 right now. Oh, he is older than what I thought. So Ugas 38 years old. Hasn't fought since last September. So he's gonna be out a year. Dang, that's tough. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that baseball serious. Yeah, Laura don't look a day over 30, man. Laura look younger now than he did 10 years ago. Oh yeah, Yo Romero. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard about stuff like that. Cause Rolly, his dad Cuban. Yeah, Rolly dad Cuban. I think Rolly said his dad swam from all the way over to Cuba to over here or something like that. If I'm not mistaken. Real talk. I think he said his dad swam all the way across from Cuba to over here. Yeah, I seen that. They got different kind of food. Yeah, they got different kind of food over here. Yeah, I seen in Cuba. I seen a couple of those videos recently. They have like organic grown food, no chemicals, nothing. They don't get their food from nowhere else. They actually gotta get their food from there. They don't get any food kind of shipped in or anything like that. Yeah, it's crazy. Especially cause Gamboa from over there, ain't he? Yeah, Gamboa's from over there from Cuba. Yeah, Gamboa's from Cuba. Let me see something. Yeah, that's why he came over here and was fighting the way he's been. I ain't heard from Gamboa in a minute, man. Oh, last time I heard from Gamboa, man, he was in a car wreck or something like that. Y'all heard about that? That happened like last year. Yeah, Gamboa was in a car wreck, man, last year. I think somebody ended up dying or something like that. I don't know what happened. It was a lot of stuff going on. Yep, and Robeisy Ramirez did that too. Yeah, Robeisy Ramirez, he just seen his daughter for the first time in like 8 years or something like that. Nah, man, it was a whole nother situation, bro. When he it's like he was at his club. He got a club he owned, and I don't know if he got drugged or something. It's all allegedly. I don't know if he got drugged or something, but he was in a club and like for some reason he felt like he was drunk or something like that, and he ended up in his car, and somebody ended up getting ran over or died or something like that, and he ended up going to jail. Oh yeah, it's been stuff going on, man. Man, it's been some wild stuff going on. But yeah, Gumbo, he had I was wondering what was going on with him. He said he was driving on a dark road when a pedestrian stepped in front of his car. Hmm, that's pretty crazy. Dang, he can't even leave Cuba right now. So he's unable to leave Cuba. That's wild. He's stuck. Yeah, me too. Me too, bro. They don't play that out here in the South, man. With that football, and the referees do stuff like that. It ain't like in boxing. Oh, he fighting soon? Trying to figure out if he is or not. Now this happened last year. I hope it's old news. Man, this is not old news. Dang. They just put this out a month ago. saying that Gamboa could not leave. Gamboa has not been able to leave Cuba for more than a year after the accident where someone died, when one person died. Yeah, he done, man. He done. Yeah, I saw that. That was they got on there 2011 though. Unless that's an old article. Is that old? That's what I'm saying. Why they got the date up there? Yeah, I'm trying to see if that was old or not. Yeah, and Gamboa's. Man, he got a lot of stuff going on. Oh, he was supposed to fight in Dubois. Dubai. Dang, he was supposed to fight in Dubai. Can't even go over there now. That's crazy. Yeah, you're right. You're right, PD. Oh, he posted a picture 4 days ago on Instagram. Posted a picture 4 days ago on Instagram. Been posting videos about his boxing clips, hanging out with friends at the restaurant. He look like he all right now. Look like he's still in Cuba. Yeah, Gamboa look like he's still living out there. Yeah, he's still going through them legal issues though. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I heard somebody told me that in like 2010, 2009. My my brother friend was telling me he was in Thailand and Philippines, staying in luxury apartments and stuff like that for cheap. I heard somebody say that, but I was already thinking about that when the internet hit though. As soon as the internet became, first thing I wanted to do was travel across the world since you could talk to people. What's up, Ben? Ben Israel? Yeah, man, what's going on with you? He said for the mob. Oh man, so that fight was today? Oh yeah, he got that bronze medal. Insane, man. Yeah, that guy was a little older too. I ain't gonna lie. He fought an older guy though. Yeah, a lot of these guys in the Olympics, man, they're a lot older than the guys we sent over. The guys we sent over, they still technically like kids and stuff like that. Except the guy Edwards. Edwards was out boxing. I forgot what his name was. His first name might have been Jonathan Edwards or something like that. No, I ain't hear about that. They took somebody's bronze medal. What female boxer they took a bronze medal from? Oh, wow. She won in the man, this is crazy. And everybody talking about the IOC. I believe in the IOC. Man, that's crazy. They want this girl to return her bronze medal. You'll never get your medal back. You said, have Spence ever been undisputed? Nah, he was one fight away from undisputed. Undisputed is tough. He was almost undisputed though. Spence was very close to becoming undisputed. He was one fight away. Wow. Yeah, I see it. They taking bronze medals away now. That's crazy. Yeah, what's going on, Cinco? Yeah, he could have been undisputed. He was one fight away. Yeah, Olympics is way worse than the pros. It's not even close. You know how I know it's worse? I can't even watch the Olympics at all. And I like boxing in the Olympics. I can't even watch it. It's already fast paced and bad scoring, so he said you're gonna have to make another one. You ain't getting my medal back. It's over with. You definitely ain't getting this. Off topic, but if these rappers are smart, they start making babies with these athlete chicks compared to TikTok. Oh yeah, yeah. But you know usually I know this is off topic, but usually you gotta have a child by somebody in the same industry as you. So if I'm Will Smith, I gotta get with an actor like Jada Pinkett. If I'm Offset, I gotta get with a rapper like Cardi B. If I'm Beyonce, I gotta get with a rapper, Jay Z. You understand what I'm saying? So they usually get somebody. A rapper gets with a rapper or a singer, and that's how that goes. They usually get with somebody in the same industry. It used to be two athletes back in the day, but usually the athletes are the ones who get the IG models now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, they can pick which child and everything else. Yeah, you're right. That's just odd topic, but yeah, yeah, it's like that. It's like that in WWE. You know, a lot of these guys have wrestling children that basically all want to wrestle, but they only choose like one or two. Everybody can't go. You know what I'm saying? Everybody definitely can't go. But yeah, boxing is definitely getting out of hand in the Olympics. The fact that Triple G and Usyk got to step up and try to help fix Olympic boxing, because they know that way in the Olympics. Nobody wants to watch this stuff no more. Too many robberies. And we're not talking about just one country. We're talking about every country. I can't wait to see what Anthony Joshua does to Dubois though. That's gonna be a good fight. And y'all think Dubois can upset Anthony Joshua? I know we're gonna start talking about that the next couple of weeks, but as the fight get closer, I don't know. He got a chance, but Dubois got a lot of knockouts too, man. These guys almost got 100% KO rate. If it wasn't for guys like Usyk and Joe Joyce, Joseph Parker. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I noticed they have a lot of boxing networks out now. It's a lot of networks that put on boxing now. It's a lot of networks that put on boxing. I mean, I seen like 10 fights on in one day. Yeah, I think he'll be able to move a lot, but I think Joshua been getting better with his distance in the fight, so that's gonna cause a lot of problems with Dubois. And Dubois doesn't jab as good as Anthony Joshua. Swings wide too. He made a lot of mistakes against Hergovich. He got away with it, but Joshua, he a little more disciplined. His guard is a little more tighter. Punches down the middle a little bit more. Doesn't punch wide. The only thing that worries me about Dubois is his wide punches. That's it. Cause Joshua, he's not gonna let you throw wide punches like that against him. He'll end up stopping you. Doing an interview, he was breathing so hard. Yeah, I was really worried about him after that fight. Not because of the punches, because of his breathing. Yeah, I was definitely worried about him. That was a very good fight, man. I appreciate all y'all for coming through, man, hanging out with me, man. I'm gonna I'm gonna be on tomorrow around the same time. I'm gonna have a good topic on. And hopefully, I don't know if they have any fights this Wednesday, but if they have any fights pop up, I'm gonna try to post those live before I go live. But I appreciate everybody coming through, being PD, being Israel. I know I can't go out through all the names. Cyber, DJ Rush, everybody who came through, appreciate that, man. I'm a oh yeah, appreciate that. Go good, my dog. You already know. Oh yeah, you gonna see me tomorrow. It might be tonight, depending on what kind of news come out. But yeah, I'm gonna start going live more, bro. I know I ain't been going live lately for y'all. Appreciate y'all for hanging in, man. I know I ain't been going live. I'm gonna be going live a lot more just for y'all, man, for real. I'm gonna definitely go live more. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go live more. Trust me. You gonna see me on here like once or twice a day. Cause I know a lot of people like working at night and stuff like that. They be wanting to hear. So yeah, appreciate that for coming through, man. I appreciate all y'all. And I'm gonna get you on that Call of Duty soon, PD. I'm gonna get that Call of Duty when it come out. I'm definitely waiting on that Call of Duty. Oh no, I went. It was sorta like a break, not really. I was doing, like, some house stuff, kinda, like, repairing everything else, so I was, like, kinda busy. But, yeah, it wasn't so more so a break. I just had to, like, sit back because when you have so much news you're reporting, it kinda, like, you get confused. It's easy to, like, start talking about one thing over and over without trying to be all over the place. So, I like to talk about all kinda different kinda news, so, yeah, I'm definitely trying to get back to that. But, my roots is American news, but I like to report all news too. Appreciate that, PD, man. You ain't go good, man. Appreciate that, go good. You already know. Yeah, appreciate that, BN. I'm talk to y'all later on, man.